Well, good morning and welcome to Sydney Dragway. Today's Aeroflow Race for Real Sunday sessions. We've partnered with Mazushi Car Club to bring you a great day of racing, car shows, and a whole bunch of burnouts too. So if you're here in the stands or you're live with us on YouTube, thank you for joining us here at Sydney Dragway, and we are looking forward to a great day. I'm here with Stephen Bush. My name's Pat Elliott, and we've got sun in the sky. There is not a cloud around. It's beautiful. The weather is amazing. The air is cool. I can't wait to see a bunch of racing today, Bushy.
Exactly right, Pat. The venue looking absolutely splendid. We've got our first pair of cars just crossing the finish line. Very nice Falcon in the rocket lane there, 11.89 with a 10 mile an hour to open the account for the day. And of course, today all about coming out and just running your car, seeing what it does, take the chance to tinker with some. There'll be some cars that'll be a lot quicker than others. Doesn't matter. It's all about coming out and having a bit of fun. Exactly
right. That's the beauty of a Sunday session, Bushy. You can come out here, you can bring your street car, you can do a bit of testing and tuning, you can just give it a go and see, you know, if you've ever thought, gee, I wonder what my car, it feels quick on the street, I wonder what my car does on the drag strip.
Yes.
Now's the perfect chance. Safe, controlled environment, fire crews, ambulance crews, all of those things on site. So everything's nice and safe. You've got the track crew down there that have prepped up this Sydney Dragway racing surface to a T. And yeah, we're ready to see. And a real mix of stuff down there today, no?
Yes, exactly right. We've got everything from sort of JDM style cars through to your classic Aussie muscle through to...
a lot of US muscle there as well. There's nice yeah. Monte Carlo, that Dodge that was down there as well.
There'll be Euro muscle on the start line now.
Yep.
Christian rolls out in the Audi. And I believe we've even got a lane full of postie bikes too.
Yes.
I don't know the actual name of the bike club, but they're predominantly the Honda step-throughs. And I'm sure that they've raced here before at Sydney Dragway. A long time ago, they came out to a Wednesday night.
Yep.
And like anything, you've got the standard ones that go out and they're not particularly going to rotate the earth.
Yep.
And then there's always at least one person that goes, you know what, I'm going to hot rod this thing. And
there's certainly a couple of those down there today, mate, for sure. There's a chopper style sort of modified one down there. Yeah, I've seen with the big upright fuel tank and big bars and all that sort of thing. There's also an original Honda monkey bike, a little pocket bike down there as well, which, as I was saying to you earlier, I've got a feeling maybe about 100 foot is going to reach VMAX, which is going to be interesting. But you know what? That, again, is the beauty of these Sunday sessions here. Doesn't matter what you've got. If it meets all the regular safety criteria, if it's registered for use on the road, you can race it here at Sydney Dragway.
And, it should be a good day. Also, don't forget, if you have a friend that wants to go with you, we do have passenger rides as well.
Yes.
So just need to go to registration, sign all the appropriate paperwork, and obviously have a helmet, covered shoes, long sleeve top and pants, and that's pretty much all you need.
And we should give a good shout out to the Mazushi Car Club as well. Yes. They've partnered up with Sydney Dragway this weekend to put on a bit of a car show to also promote sort of what we do out here, a bit of drag racing and having a nice controlled environment that's private property, so we can do sort of what we want. There's a lot of clubs out there. Mazushi's no exception. They've put on meets. They've found an area that you would think is not in anyone's way. A big car park somewhere after hours at night, and then the Karens get involved and they're going to say, oh, those cars made some noise and I don't like it, and they're hanging around. So they've complained and the police have turned up and, they've moved them on. And look, it's not just the general public that complain about that. Sometimes we do, unfortunately, get some undesirable. The 2% spoil it for the 98%.
Yes.
When you're on the public road, you shouldn't be doing stupid things. When someone's going to the extent of, organising a really great event, don't spoil it for everyone. So the bonus is Mazushi can come down here, Sydney Dragway. We've got a beautiful section set up down in the pits area. So we've got a ton of cars on display. There's an insane Evo down there that's got about, I don't know, it's like 5 foot wider than it was normally. Really? The wide body kit on that thing is huge.
It's been widened outside of the wide body.
I think it's got 20-inch wide wheels on it. Those things are massive. Wide body kit, airbags. There's a bunch of Supras down there. There's a bunch of domestic stuff down there. There's a heap of different things. That VL down there that's packing a bit of heat. by the way. That just sort of caught my attention.
I think the Audi's not stock either, considering it left a pretty strong set of, what does Jeremy Clarkson say, 11s?
11s, yeah, that's right.
Out past.
It's black track to the whole way down.
Black track to about 100 feet.
Yep, no, it was very nice. It went through for a 1284 at 112, so it was certainly packing a lot down on the short track. But yeah, as I mentioned, there's a ton of different things on display down here today at Sydney Dragway. There's heaps of cars that are ready to race. We've got, I think, somewhere between 10 and 15 burnout cars, pretty stout burnout cars that are going to come out from 3 p.m. So that's something else to keep you interested. We were going to try and do something a bit different, which was a sound off, which we were going to get a whole bunch of cars and get a bit of rev bombing action happening and get people to vote on that. But unfortunately, we didn't get enough entrants for that, so that won't be happening today. But the great thing about that is more time for drag racing, more time for burnouts, and all day you've got the car show happening. All of the competitors are down in the staging lanes and the pits, which, when you get your entry ticket, you got access to that.
Yes.
That's one of the great things about coming to drag racing. There's no real closed doors or gated off areas.
Your general admission will get you everywhere except for the viewing area down beside the burnout pad.
Yep.
If you do want to go down there, you have to sign a little bit of paperwork through the scrutineering shed. If
Correct.
you're sitting up in the stands and go, you know what, I want to get close.
Yep.
Go to the scrutineering shed, which is at the bottom of the stairs on the northern end of the mound, and sign some paperwork. They'll give you a wristband, and then allow you access through the building here and into that area right next to the burnout pad. Nice.
That's where you need to be if your mate's going to do a decent skid and you want to get a photo of it or some video of it.
Or you just want to get a lung full of smoke.
Yeah, perfect.
Or rubber and fumes, whatever it might be. That
all of the good things for first thing in the morning, mate.
Ticks your boxes. Yes.
Breakfast of champions, really.
Yes.
Tyre smoke, fuel, and any other.
I must admit, Pat, I was at the Winter Nationals last weekend.
Yeah, I'm jealous of that. I wasn't
sitting in the stands on the balmy Sunday morning. It was like 25 degrees midday. It was actually quite hot.
Yep.
And haven't been feeling the greatest of great for the last week or so.
Yep.
And as soon as you get the hint of the nitro fumes from the warm-ups in the pits, not a worry.
You're awake. Yeah, everything's clear.
Yeah.
Everything's clear. You're awake. It's all happening. Yeah. Nothing like a bit of nitro in the morning, my friend. Yes, I was. We were talking about it earlier, and I was thinking about, should I go to Internationals? Normally, previous years I've been working there, so it was a guarantee that I was going to be there. Yep. Yes. But this year I was thinking about it. Then all of a sudden it was on, and I was still in Sydney, so didn't make it. But one hell of a show that everyone put on. The Aeroflow Sportsman races put on a great show up there. All of the national, Group 1, Group 2 guys, funny cars, dragsters. Everything happening up there. So good to see.
Very nice Monaro running down the rocket lane as we speak. Pat looking very nice in the early morning sun here. Tell you what, it's running pretty good too. 11.26 with a 4.
It was pretty clean out of the hole. It had a little bit of a shuffle just past the 60 foot, I think. So a little bit of tuning to go on there, but certainly going to keep an eye on that one. It's a beautiful looking car.
Big burnout from the Aeroflow lane. He's been listening to you in the, pumping him up from his mates.
Exactly right. You've got to put on a show for your mates. And he doesn't have to worry about getting in trouble either. You can come out and do a massive burnout like that and not have to worry about it.
You sure can. I agree with you 100%. DJ Prowse, it was one of the best events that I've seen. I took the opportunity just to go up and relax. The commentary and the presenting staff, all the track walkers and everybody involved. It was just a really good show, really good vibe. The place was packed.
Yep. And what an effort that Willowbank put on as well. I've got to take my hat off to them to get that track ready for such a massive event as well. Yep. They had so many delays with the track resurfacing and things not quite going right and the weather and whatnot. I was actually really worried that it was going to be too green of a track to get all those nitro cars down.
Well, I think Justin, the track prep guy, said that he was working till 3 a.m. most mornings on that tractor.
Yep.
It would have been a very long couple of weeks just sitting there.
Yes. Back and forth.
Up and back. Because there's no other way to do it, right?
Yep.
Oh, the Falcon getting very crossed up on the start line. His 11s is not quite straight. And looks like the G.
I think he's left Zs instead of
Zs.
instead of 11s on that one. But geez, it's packing a punch though. He still got off. He got back on the gas and still went through for a 13.4 at 116 miles per hour. So yeah, let's hopefully a little bit of tuning. You can see that shoot off down the strip there.
Yeah,
a little straighter.
It's Brian Addising in the Aeroflow lane. Of course, Brian, a regular racer here at Sydney Dragway, one of our hard-working officials when he's not in the car, and not too scared of a big burnout either, just quietly.
No.
And Jacob in the Chevy Camaro.
Interesting to see one of those late model Camaros out here. It's got some weld wheels on the back of it. It's got a radial tyre, so good to see someone bringing those out and really giving it a run for money. And 1046, I dare say, not stock at 134 miles per hour.
Because they're supercharged, aren't they? I think those.
Well, I think depending on the spec,
okay.
I think maybe. I can't remember. They've stopped selling them now. You can't buy one. Yeah, if it's a ZL1, Benny, that's right, supercharged.
I didn't hear them. Usually we can hear the whine of the supercharger on the track mics, and I couldn't hear it on that run, so maybe that one's not.
Well, but 130 plus mile per hour, that would...
Yeah, it's hinting that way, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Yes, certainly positive displacement inside that motor. Very tidy. Couple of... I'm going to get this wrong. I know one of them's a HQ. The orange car in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, and is it HZ, I think?
HZ,
in another lane?
Probably. I think that's Nelson Granger down there. McFry, number plates on the back. So he's here for a bit of drag racing day as opposed to a bit of burnouts.
He must have never stopped, this guy.
He's always wrenching on something, right? Gets out pretty cleanly. A 164 60-foot for Nelson. 11.03 at 123, knocking on the door of 10s. And Dave H in the Rocket Lane, 13.3 at 102 with a nice clean run. So definitely a couple of differences in setup between those two cars. Dave's orange car, I just mentioned quickly. I won't talk too much about him because I know he's a bit of a private guy. That orange Belmont that's just gone down there is third generation in his family, that car.
That's
so
cool.
Yeah.
That's worth mentioning.
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. Started off as a 253. It's got a nice little warm 308 in it now. And just, pride and joy. Get the thing, drive it anywhere, brings it out here every now and again. So, yeah, it's good to see him down the pits, actually. All right. VU getting out of the hole pretty reasonably in the Aeroflow lane, but the Holden Ute in the Rocket lane definitely chasing down.
Didn't get there. I think he was obviously out of the throttle.
Out of the throttle,
66 mile an hour.
Yep.
Loving the FC in the Rocket lane, the two-tone paintwork.
Certainly a rare item these days.
One of the guys that works got his father-in-law's FC. Okay. And he owned it from new.
Wow.
Yes. So all stock, little grey motor in it.
That's unreal.
Yeah. It was I think he said it's a camp spec. You would think you could buy a sedan that has some different seat arrangement.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think this one's completely stopped. Ooh, big bash into the rev limiter by the looks of things there on maybe the second gear, but most FCs don't normally get out of the hole like that.
No, certainly not.
And a 1467 may not seem that fast these days, but I'm pretty sure an FC would have run about a 24.
Yeah.
Factory original.
Big burnout from the Customite in the Aeroflow lane.
Big burnout, and I think I did hear a little telltale whistle of some turbos.
I thought I heard that too.
Happening there. So
you wouldn't pick that looking at it from the outside.
59 custom line, definitely doing it in style down there. Now we've also got the beautiful Dart.
Yes.
In the Rocket lane.
The Dart's been at a couple of recent Wednesday night race for reals as well.
Okay,
and, very nice little racer this one.
496, I believe, judging by the plate that's on there. So, got to love a bit of big block action. Both cars in stage. Let's see. Whoa, bit of a hop and some turning of the tyres for the Dart, but it is out of there. It's gone off for a 169.60. The custom line not exactly as quick in the 60 foot, but it's got the mile per hour. 10.03 with a 0 at 141 mile per hour for the Dart to an 11.75 with an 126 with a custom line in the Aeroflow lane. That's a couple of cars that you should probably watch for the rest of the day, folks.
Yes, I think so. Go down and check them out in the pits if you get a chance to. I dare say I mean, neither of them are probably very aerodynamically efficient.
No. The custom line looks like it is.
Yes.
It looks like it's
got a little bit more rounded in the bonnet.
Yeah.
The bonnet's probably a little bit higher.
Yeah.
So,
That's
pros
right.
and cons.
Exactly. All right, Chelsea Smith in the Rocket Lane. Normally in a dragster here on the Track Championship days, but today she's racing a bit more of a street car, the VP Commodore.
Well, that's another family that doesn't stop. They're up at the winners. Yep. They're running the junior dragster, the modified dragster, and now they're here this weekend with this car.
And just because it's a street car doesn't mean it's a slouch either.
No.
It's 1070.
No.
130 plus mile per hour for Chelsea there, so great run. And that VL also was into the 10s, I believe. I missed the time, but yeah, definitely some stout cars here at Aeroflow Race for Real Sunday sessions, partnered with Mazushi Car Club.
Good to see the lanes do pretty well down there as well.
Yep.
A lot of our entries already keen to test their vehicle against the timers here at Sydney Dragway. Harley Rider out in front in the Aeroflow lane. And runs on through for a 13.1, 102 mile an hour.
14.99 for the Rocket Lane at 90 mile per hour. So there's definitely a bit of, I don't want to say odd, I want to say an eclectic mix of motorcycles here today.
Yes.
There's a real range. So we've got, I think, if I saw correctly, this is an older Honda CBR, I think, in the Aeroflow lane, Elmo riding, as we can see.
Does it tickle me, Elmo?
He's depends how he feels as he grabs the next gear, mate. We'll get some tingles, but yeah. All right. We've got a later model Honda, I think, in the Rocket Lane that's got out a little bit early. And coming up in the Rocket Lane, there's a beautiful late model Aprilia RSV4 RF. These are quite a rare bike. It's basically a super bike with number plates on it. So yeah, factory racing spec. This thing is an absolute animal. Definitely not maybe its intended environment here at the Dragway, but that V4 engine is going to sing on the way down. So yeah, if you're keen on bikes or you just like the sound of a beautiful internal combustion engine, listen out for that Aprilia.
It does have a very distinct engine note, doesn't it?
Yep, certainly does.
As does the bike in the Aeroflow lane, just quietly.
Yes.
The old two-stroke. We don't see many two-strokes racing in motorcycle these days, but Mr. Hocking out there in the Aeroflow lane. A little bit of white smoke there on the hit.
Yeah, maybe got the mix a bit wrong in the two-stroke, maybe.
Don't know. So normally runs pretty clean though, and 11.38 with a 7 at 130 mile an hour for Hocking in the Rocket Lane there.
Really nice launch for Ryder in the Aeroflow lane there at 160, 60 foot. Really clean, nice and straight down there. It goes through for a 10.020 at 134 mile per hour. That is a hair away from running a 9, so I'm sure we'll see that improve as the day gets on. We get a little bit more temperature in the track.
Yeah, I think also too the issue with the bike, not that I've ever ridden one, is all about clutch management.
Yes,
getting enough drive, but not getting too much drive that it wants to lift the front wheel, if more than what you're capable of actually transferring your body weight.
That's exactly right. It's definitely a balancing act, and the tricky thing as well is being consistent with, especially like a more street bike that might have a traditional clutch. Hydraulic clutches, maybe a little bit less feel in the lever, but you've got to get your hand to work the same every time.
Yes.
Rather than just...
It's not like a car where you just slide the foot off.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Or an automatic with a trans brake where you just let go of a button, which is trivialising that a little bit, but still, it's very tricky to be consistent and do exactly the same. And and if it's cold down there and your hands are cold, strangely enough, they don't work as well as they normally do. So
feel.
Yeah. So it's definitely a bit of a battle for the riders out there. So.
I was talking to Jesse Barnes, who his first bike that he raced in street bike had a mechanical clutch on it. He's now stepped on to a Suzuki, I think it is. And it's hydraulic. And he said, I'm really struggling to actually find that consistently, find the feel. As you just said, where the clutch is actually starting to, you can feel the clutch up against the
cable on
flywheel,
a mechanical.
where you can't do that with the hydraulic.
It is a little bit more tricky, and also just bleeding a hydraulic clutch system can be a little bit tricky as well. I mean, I've done it myself just on my street bike, where I haven't bled it quite right, or I didn't catch something. It's like bleeding anything. If you miss on keeping the fluid topped up, you can get the tiniest amount of air, and then it's just all over the shop. So you've really got to be on your game when you're getting those things tuned up. All right, a couple of classic versus modern Falcons down here. We've got what looks like, I'm going to call that an XD. E? See, got it wrong. XE, it's got the 250, the Crossflow engine in it. Yeah, okay, well, it's a pretty spicy Crossflow, that's for sure. Yeah. And we've got the FG Falcon in the Aeroflow lane, so let's see what 30-odd years of development will do.
Yes. I was talking to the XE out in front. I don't wonder if that turbo is going to catch him at the other end.
He might have the legs at the big end. Let's have a look. Oh, just. But the ET is still better on the XE.
Only a tenth of a second in it across the finish line, and the Aeroflow lane got the better reaction time there. It's walking through the pits on Sunday, and unfortunately, I guess it's the way the schedule is for the Winter Nationals, in that there's so many cars. The sportsman races actually start racing on the Friday.
Yes.
And one of the cars that took my eye when we were walking through the pits on Sunday morning was an FG Falcon from Queensland.
Okay.
And what I spotted was this turbo pattern. I know that if anyone out there can't see. No joke. The housing on it was like that.
Bigger than your head.
Massive, right? So the beauty of drag racing is the driver comes up, "G'day guys, how you doing?" I was with a friend. We started chatting. I'm looking at the car. I can spot, there's a really nice billet.
Intake manifold.
Intake manifold. There's another set of injectors. Spraying down. I'm like, okay. So he's talking, and he said, "Oh, what sort of horsepower is making?" I said, "Oh, about 2100 at the wheels."
Just a lazy
2100. I'm just like, it's gobsmacked, right? So he's running in sport. I said, "What are you in, sportsman or what?" In Super Sedan. He said, "No, we're in top sportsman."
Yeah,
he said,
right.
If I get it right in this car, he said, I want to run a 6.
Okay.
Wow. And it's street registered.
Wow. So still a full-body Falcon.
Yes. I think there's quite obviously substantial money being invested in.
Yes, of course. Big rear end and all that sort of thing. Yeah.
He had a pretty good team of people, brains trust, I guess, working with the car as well. It wasn't just, we'll just see how that goes.
Yeah.
It was pretty, the names that he mentioned certainly very well known within the sport of drag racing and in all sorts of stuff, the names associated with it. Pretty full on.
So transmission guys probably in the US, I dare say. It's a pretty common thing.
For the converter.
Yep.
But I just love how you said, casually, about 2100 as well.
Yeah. Just your average Barra, mate.
Yeah.
2K Barra, as they say. Well, too, a nice little GC8 wagon down there, Subaru. 194 60 foot's gone through for a 12.13 with a 6 at 123 mile per hour. And the BA Falcon in the Rocket Lane, 1594 at 89 mile per hour. We did go for a bit of a wander earlier in the day, Ben and I, and we spotted this 300 ZX down in the pits, which you just don't see many of them anymore.
No,
300 ZXs.
You don't. And I think you can. I sort of started looking for a reasonably priced Jack car of the 90s,
Okay,
right? Thinking,
marketplace strikes again.
yes, yeah. That's what I said. I said, didn't I, yesterday,
Yes.
that I was sitting at home looking at things that I want to buy that I probably never will.
Yep.
Anyway, there's a couple of things. I've always liked the 300ZX.
Yep.
I've been told they're not the best to work on, though, because of the obviously the quad
very
cam,
compact.
Very compact. You
engine
need,
bay,
you need to have childlike hands
Yeah.
to work on anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was being very diplomatic.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sure
yeah,
people
yeah.
pick up what I'm putting down. Anyway, so I saw one not long ago. Twin turbo manual was like 22 grand.
Yep.
I don't know if that's market value or whether it's expensive, cheap, or otherwise.
Yep.
But when you compare it to other cars of similar era, like a Supra or a Skyline,
Yep.
you know, the 22,000 is very, very cheap.
Or that Chaser that just went down the track now, which has boomed in price recently.
Have they?
By the way, yeah,
Yes.
JZX 110s, which it's like the Toyota Falcon.
Yes.
To be honest, you know,
Yes.
it's rear wheel drive. I don't want to say rear wheel drive Camry. That's rude.
Well, you've already said it now.
But they've got a 1J in it, you know,
Yes.
so it's a good deal. But yeah, you're right. The 300s are still a reasonable package, and that orange one down there as well has radials on it too.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm keen to see where it gets to eventually, and I want to see that little familiar wagon come back out as well.
Yes,
that little Mazda has been here before. I'm sure I've seen it.
Yeah, many a times. He sort of cracked into whatever time it was that he was talking about, and then all of a sudden the next meeting it came out and it was like a second faster. I was like,
Yeah,
okay, wow. It's the bug's bitten there, that's for sure.
Certainly.
Pair of late model cars on the start line right now. Got the Hyundai N in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, i30N sedan, I think.
Yes.
From memory, and the 330, the M330 BMW in the right lane. Definitely a lot of potential in both of those platforms, with a great package out of the factory, but a lot of aftermarket support available for them too. So I thought the BMW was an M340, but it's a 330, so still the 4-cylinder. In that one. The 340, random Euro trivia, B58 is the engine from BMW now. It's basically the same engine that's in the new Toyota Supra.
Okay.
And then the M cars are an S58, but effectively the same engine.
So they bolt a different manifolds and bits and pieces.
Yeah, a little bit slightly different bits and pieces here and there. I'm calling it modern day 2J.
Okay.
B58 engine.
Yes.
Incredible what they've been able to get out of those things lately. There's 7-second M240s over in the States.
Yeah, wow.
You know, rods and pistons sort of engines and
Yep.
big turbos and all that sort of thing. So
We haven't really seen a huge development curve in terms of drag racing here in Australia with that engine, though, have we?
no, I think it's coming up. I think the guys from Tune Plus or Eurowork have their purple wagon that's been out here a couple of times on a Wednesday nights.
Yes.
It's I think it actually cracked into the 9s.
Yes. I think
with
it
some
did, yeah.
relatively small hardware changes.
Yeah.
That's a pretty cool family hauler, right? You get a 9-second wagon that drives like stock every day.
Mind you, I think obviously the investment in that car and the initial,
little bit more.
The initial purchase is pretty high, so
Little bit more.
probably would
Yeah,
I
not
guess
for your average.
price out a lot of
Yeah,
people.
not for your average working class family wagon, I guess.
Yeah.
But
I'm trying to be very diplomatic there too.
Yeah.
But I mean, if people are in that position, then good luck to them.
Absolutely. Absolutely, but yeah, we can all aspire to have a pretty cool wagon. I think that's the long roof is the way to go. But that's the same engine. So that's an S58 in that wagon that Eurowork are running there. A couple of hardware changes, some tuning, and a set of tyres, and you're into the 9s.
Yeah, well,
for a standard bottom end sort of package is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Another pretty cool thing is this 383 powered Holden in the Aeroflow lane. Kicks out off the line. It's going to run off 158.60. Is not hanging around, so let's see how it can convert it in the quarter mile. Goes through for an 11.01 with a 2 at 123 mile per hour. That's knocking on the door of 10s again, so I'm pretty sure that'll be their goal today.
pair of the General Motors vehicles on the start line. We've got the VL in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the VN in the Rocket.
We've got the late 80s crew for General Motors stable here. There's that VL. He's got that hooked up out of the hole, 155.60. He's going to head on down the track. He's going to cross through for a 964 with a 5 at 134 mile per hour. That is a very clean run for that car. The VN in the Rocket Lane goes through for a 16.15 at 84 miles per hour. I didn't see if that VL has a cage in it. I hope it does, because I want to see more of it.
It's not for us to worry about.
No.
That's for the guy down there in the yellow hat.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that VL's been here a number of times before and run similar times.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. All right, so we got the Audi S5 in the Rocket Lane. It's a cleaner start. No 11s this time.
The
but
custom line's out.
It's being kept honest by custom line.
There we go. He's got around him. 11.75, 118 mile an hour to a 12.22, 113. It sort of drew up, and then the boost come on, and
it started putting the hurt on him. All right, so interesting combination here. We've got the late model F6 FPV. It's getting a little wild in the burnout in the Rocket Lane there. We've got King HG.
Don't mind the two-tone in the HG pack.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, and it's got the go to match the show.
Yeah, 1.4 to the 60. It's a big car to get down that low on street tyres.
Yep. 10.5 double O.
Yeah, 125 mile an hour.
Very nice.
Yeah, no mile an hour recorded there. I think, interesting.
Yeah, it's a bit odd. Bit of a gremlin in the box on the Rocket Lane. That's all right. This beautiful Monte Carlo in the Aeroflow lane now. Big block, Monte Carlo, all the style, all the sound, and plenty of power to back it up. 1.6, 60 foot for the Monty, and the Commodore Ute in the Rocket Lane is no slouch either. 1.63. It's a close race.
Locked together at 1,000.
There you go. 11.54 at 115 in the Aeroflow lane, and 11.46 at 117 in the Rocket Lane. Great pairing there.
Yeah, I think that's Eden Abella in the Aeroflow. Oh, sorry, in the Rocket Lane. I beg your pardon. The turboed BYSS. Taking on this very nice Falcon in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, XR, XT, I think this model. A bit of a jump off to the right there for the Falcon in the Aeroflow lane. Driver grabs it back up and pulls it away from the centre line. He's going to go down. Eden's going to cross for a 10.34 at 137, 10.60 at 124 for the Falcon as well, and he went about 408 metres as opposed to the regular 400 metres on that pass, so certainly some improvements to be had.
I will mention this on air because I am a bit of a four-cylinder fan. What did you think of Colin Wilshire's
the 6.0?
6.0.
Mate, I'm glad that they managed to get that car back together and race again, because I think since this time last year,
he had a fairly big accident, didn't
he? He had an accident, and it's all been pretty quiet on that front. And for those of you who don't know, the jet racing Eclipse that Colin Wilshire races is a compound turbo setup.
Yes.
So it's quite a technical setup. It's got one turbo that feeds into another one that sort of tricks the big one to think that it's smaller, and vice versa, and it's extremely complicated, and I'll bore you to death if I go right through how that works. But
all we can say is it makes a bunch of horsepower.
Yeah, that's right.
Lots. I don't know. Do you know figures or seen figures?
I think it's somewhere well north of 2,000 horsepower that they can make on that car.
Yep.
I don't know an exact number, but
now keeping in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that's the 4G63.
Yeah, it's a 2-litre engine.
It's based on a 4G63.
Yeah.
It's billet block, billet head.
Yep.
You know, obviously capable of holding ridiculous amounts of boost.
Yes.
And you know, that's where the horsepower comes from. No secret there, but it's still based on a 4-cylinder, 2-litre.
Exactly.
Mitsubishi engine. I think it's got a billet gearbox in it too.
Yeah.
You know, so lots of money spent. I think on the Friday night of the Winter Nationals, it was starting to get cold. I think if he tried to do the run, probably 20 minutes later, it wouldn't have happened.
Yep.
Left the start line. The commentators were saying that he was hoping for a 6:20. He went out and ran 6:0 at 234 mile an hour or something, I think it was.
That's not messing around.
It's certainly not messing around. And I guess, what do? You leave the start line and go, ooh, this feels all right. Just keep punching it through the gears.
Yeah, I think you just got to hang on. Like if it's pointing in the right direction and you're the right way up, then things are going good. So just stay into it, right?
Yeah. But what I was blown away with is, on the Sunday, he ran another 2.6. The next run on the Saturday morning got, I think
got a little loose, didn't it?
Yeah, no, it went bang pretty loud, and we didn't see it back on the Saturday. And when we were leaving, they were in the pits. Colin was working away and had all the, I think it was exhaust off it. So I think it blew something in the exhaust side.
Yeah, okay.
In the whether it split the
manifold,
or something, I don't know.
Yep.
But anyway, so he got it back on the track for Sunday, because running in Super Compy, they weren't doing their rounds until Sunday. So he came back and ran like a string of 620s again. I was like, and what blew me away? No reaction from the crowd. I was like, really?
Yeah,
like, that's pretty cool.
It's a bit of a shame, you know, to get like a full body car. You know, it's not a dragster. Yeah, it's heavily modified.
Yeah, maybe the crowd up there is accustomed to that sort of, from him, you know, expectation. Oh, it's only a 620.
Well, yeah, that's true.
I don't know.
But still, what an achievement, you know.
Oh,
I mean,
100%.
And I think they've probably got about the most laps on, because there's another compound turbo car, I think Mazworks from memory, in the States, that's got a similar combination. It's you know, it's sort of running in a similar sort of category, I guess you would suggest over there. Big compound turbo setup, and I think Colin's got more laps on the board so far than Mazworks. So really good to see that, you know, the Aussie's still sort of pushing them.
Well, when I hadn't been to the Winners for a few years, and he was running that combo back then, or at least the compound turbo arrangement. I don't know whether it's still the same turbos or whatnot, but you know, obviously campaigning that idea for a long time. And Colin's always had fast cars. Like I remember the first car I remember him having was that 1200 Ute that ran. I think Kelly Betts ran that into the sixes. Yes. With the 4G63 in it. But when Colin drove it, I think it ran low eights. Yeah. From memory.
Sounds about right.
When it was green. Very pretty little car.
Yep.
And so you know, it's great to see. I mean, Colin's always had fast cars. He ran a twin turbo Mustang for a while in Pro Mod as well. Yes.
That's correct. They had that late model styled, the S550 sort of Mustang.
But how do you like your dump pipes, Pat? Like, I was standing there with my mate from work watching Colin, you know, tinker with this car on Saturday night, and there's a football sitting on the you know, you have your trolley with your tools and stuff. It didn't click. Like, what's the football? Thinking he might just be a football fan, you know, in between, you know, pass me a spanner. Yeah. It doesn't pass, right?
Strap it on.
Saw a photo the next day on Facebook or one of the posts. It's sitting in the pits and the football's in the dump pipe.
In the dump pipe. Bigger is always better.
What do you got, like a 6 or 6.5 inch dump pipe? Out through the bonnet, like.
When you're trying to get 2 turbos worth of 2,000 horsepower worth of exhaust gas out, there is, you know, too large is not an option. It's not part of your vocabulary there. But some wild things happening, and you know, turbos have been around for a really long time.
Yes.
But in drag racing, they've always been kind of something that people have tried and tested, and then you go, oh no, I just don't like this or don't like that. But really, in the last, I would say, decade, the amount of development that's come through with, you know, getting the car up onto the 2-step, getting it ready in stage, you know, and then making it reliable, is a real bonus. So it's good to see Colin still, you know, I would say persevering, or you're developing that package to go faster and faster. And there's plenty of other you know, turbo combinations out there as well. You know, obviously Pro Mod's plenty of turbos out there, Pro Chargers.
They've obviously got the advantage of having the cubes behind it to generate the exhaust gases. But you know, I think one of the guys at work's got a Mark V Golf. He was talking about sending it somewhere to get some tuning done. And I was walking through the pits down through the top fuel pits on Sunday, and the Stefanovic funny car had the blower sitting on the bench. So I took photos of it, and sent it to Lachlan. I said, oh, how do you put one of these on your Golf, you know? And he said, oh yeah, it's pretty big. I said, yeah, considering your car wouldn't make enough horsepower to turn it over.
That's right. The capacity of the engine is less than the capacity of the supercharger,
so, but you know, I think that's a pretty cool statistic of some of this stuff, that obviously a turbocharger is effectively, in inverted commas, free horsepower. And only limited by the your housing choice and the ability to build and hold boost.
Yep.
So there's definite advantages there, but as you say, there is a couple of disadvantages too when you start to go sportsman racing, where you've got to try and stick to a dial in and cut a light and all that sort of stuff. However, there was one guy in an early Gemini up there with a 13B in it, running 970s, I think. He went like 4 rounds.
Yeah, right.
Five rounds. I was like, go to the Gemini. Didn't know him for a bar or so. But being a turbo guy, it was great to see in Super Sedan a car going rounds with a turbo on it.
That's right, and going rounds is the important, right? The consistency. I think fuel's made a big difference with that, and the accessibility of aftermarket tuning as well has made a big difference, because if you wind the clock back to old retro turbo setups, so Formula One in the 80s, used to make 1,400 horsepower out of a 1.2 litre engine, but that was when anyone and everyone was throwing cash at Formula One. So you would make 1,400 horsepower out of that engine, and then at the end of the session, take it out and throw it in the bin, and then put the next one in. So, that's obviously not exactly affordable.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw that in the touring cars here too, like with the Sierras and stuff like that. They would do Bathurst, and the engine would be scrap nearly if it was still going.
That's right.
At the end of the 1,000 Ks, and when. I think the thing is, when these engines do decide to not work as they should, there's nothing left of them, because they're putting so much boost through them.
That's right, and boost ends up being dynamic compression ratio, right?
Yep.
So your regular engine, your naturally aspirated, has a compression ratio of whatever it is, so let's say 10 to 1, just for a simple factor. Once you start jamming boost in there, that increases exponentially.
Yes.
And so all of a sudden you've got a bottom end that's got to deal with maybe double the amount of compression ratio that it normally has. So that's a whole lot of air and fuel inside that motor. And when it wants to get out, it's usually in a spectacular fashion.
We've got multiples of these mini bikes. We've got one leaving the start line now in the rocket lane, and we've got an even smaller one sitting in the. Is this the one you were talking about?
That's the Monkey. Yeah, that's right. Yep, that's the Honda Monkey.
This gentleman looks to be about 5 foot too tall for that bike.
That's right. It's going to be interesting. Yeah, I think mile per hour will not be high.
Oh, well, the one in the rocket lane that's just run through, nearly 60.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
That's not bad.
It's nudging what, 95 Ks an hour?
95 miles per hour, 100 kilometres an hour. It's the thrill of the ride that's important here, Bushy.
Does not look very comfortable.
No.
Just quietly.
And we're off. Bit of a kick of the foot to get it going there. Oh, it's got some short gear. That Monkey is faster than I thought it was going to be, to be honest. Crosses the 8th at the 1090. Yeah, 62 mile per hour at the 8th. 14.4 at the 1,000.
Yeah,
17.52 at 71 miles per hour. Well, I will shut my mouth. The Postie in the rocket lane, 26 at 47 mile per hour. I'll be honest, I thought those roles were going to be reversed.
All right, next up we have the Postie bike in the Aeroflow lane. I am sorry if I get these wrong. I'm not the best with motorbikes.
There's not a lot to see from behind a motorbike to identify them, to be honest. I think it might be a Grom. Possibly in the rocket lane. Aeroflow's a Grom. You can see him, Ben, on the cameras. Yeah. So again, really small capacity bikes, but a lot of fun. City bikes, really. But there we go. That's it. It's got the full tuck.
Got the arrow down.
Full tuck happening in the Aeroflow lane.
Oh, it's hurting too much. Oh, we've got one attempting a burnout. He's in second.
Mate, there's no attempt there. That's well and truly a burnout.
Whoa! Wow.
I like it. Plus a little dry hop wheelie after the burnout as well, just to rub it in.
I don't think that one's stock. I think we're going to see a little bit of
some start line intimidation there.
Yeah. I think the fluoro green mudguard
gives it away. And the white wall tyre, by the way.
It?
I don't know if you noticed that. Yeah. When it was a little crossed up out of the burnout, I noticed the white wall tyre. So, All right, so we've got the track crew just holding these guys on the line as we wait for the last pairing to get around the return road at the back there. But everything's okay. They're moving. It's just they're just not as quick as what we're used to here at Sydney Dragway.
No, they're doing the right thing. They're slowing down as they're supposed to.
That's it. All right, we're off. 2-4 60 foot for the green postie in the Aeroflow lane. He's got the full tuck happening. There's a bit of aero happening down the track there, I think. But he's going to cross through 17.53 at 64 mile per hour to a 19.95 with a 0 at 60 miles per hour.
So similar time to the little monkey bike.
To the little monkey bike,
but
yeah.
down a little bit on mile per hour.
Here it comes. Give him a round of applause for that monkey bike coming down the return road, guys. That was a surprise package, if ever we'd seen one. So good job there. We're going to have to get a bit of info on what that package is later on.
Like I see occasionally on the Instagram, the two-stroke step-throughs from some of our Asian neighbours. And,
yes.
And I was like, they're in zero safety gear.
Yeah, that's right. Thongs, singlet, shirt.
They ride past, ring, ding, ding,
yep.
then they turn around and do this massive wheel stand up the street.
Yeah, it's insane. Well, like in Malaysia and Thailand and things like that, they've got these street scooter racing classes. It's just insane, and on tiny tyres too.
Yes, how they hook up has got me. Yeah. All about weight transfer. 10.98 there, 128 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane.
Good to see that Kawasaki in the 10s.
Yes, I did also mention I've seen a couple of the longboat incidences, and I fear for the people that cut themselves in some of those rivers. I dare say it's probably not the best.
Maybe a tetanus shot or two required after that one.
And quickly, I'd imagine. But it's always a worry when the driver's squinting because he can't physically see where he's going. He's moving so fast and forgot his glasses.
Yeah. All right, Elmo back out in the Aeroflow lane.
Got the whole shot. No, he didn't, but he's driven on around.
No, that's right. Certainly got on the 60 foot. Looks like we're tapped out around three-quarter track. Go through a 19.42 with an 8 at 60 mile per hour to a 20.73 at 58 in the Rocket Lane. Couple more pairings. Ooh, I can see a ZX14 down there. It's very similar to my own personal bike, but this one's got a slight difference, Bushy. It's a little blue bottle strapped to the side.
Just saw that there as you mentioned it. Why hasn't yours got one of them?
Well, that's a good question, actually. That's a very good question. Why doesn't
I know, that's why I asked.
Yep. Gonna have to go and have a chat to this fella and see where he got his kit from.
Yours should be a bit bigger. Like they're dragging on the ground. Put like a 4-stage on it.
You got a nitrous mother bottle strapped to the back of it, maybe. Don't know if the Ventura rack will hold a nitrous mother bottle, but let's give it a go.
There's only one way to find it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Wally Hoster here in the GSXR in the Rocket Lane. Regular.
You were talking about cranks and rods holding pressure?
Yeah, that's right. Nitrous is certainly going to ask some questions of that bottom end. A 9.32 with an 8 for Wally Hoster, 156 mile per hour in the Aeroflow lane. And we've got the Grom making its way on down. Full aero tuck, so all the commendations for the rider in the Rocket Lane. He goes through for a 20.313 at 57 miles per hour.
I don't know how you aero tuck on a Grom without hanging off the back of it.
Yeah, well, you know what? He's doing his best. So,
not a bad speed. The ET's a little bit slow for the speed, I guess you could say, when you look at the other bikes that are run down there.
True.
Of course, the good telltale of a horsepower is the speed that they run at the other end.
Yes. All right.
Wheels up launch from our Rocket Lane racer.
Comment of the day so far from Bad Daddy on the YouTube live stream. Your balls have balls. If you bottle a ZX14 and hit the switch, that's I like it. I like it, Bad Daddy. Yeah, I think I've got a feeling. I was reading that comment and I missed the time that 14 ran, but I don't think the bottle is on at the moment. So let's see how it goes. All right, we've got the 2-stroke out in the Aeroflow lane. And we've got... You're a fan of that comment, Bushy. We've got that Aprilia in the rocket lane again. Let's see what they can.
I think these two raced each other last
They did,
time.
yes. Beautiful. 1075 with a 3 at 142 mile per hour. Nice improvement from the Aprilia there. Really clean launch. 14.3 at 91. Something not quite right, I think, on that
Yeah, the
two-stroke.
The two-stroke bike normally down into the low 10s from memory.
Yep. Ooh, little wiggle there from the Aeroflow lane, but gathered it back up. Going to get on and try and chase that Harley down in the rocket lane. Not going to quite get there. Harley goes through for a 13.39, which I think is almost the same time as it ran last time, so nice and consistent there, 100 mile per hour. 15.53 with a 2 at 90 mile per hour for the Aeroflow lane.
I believe this is Brett Copping in the Aeroflow lane. I think he's changed the colour of the bike. I thought it was white last time I saw it. Not much of a smoky burnout, but you know, I'm guessing all he needs to do is clean the water off the tyre. Brett, a very experienced racer. 157 to the 60, straight down the centre of the lane, and a 10.04, 135 mile an hour. Nice clean pass.
Very nice, Bushy. You're right. As we get back into some of the four-wheeled competitors, back out here, little Golf R by the looks of things, and little Toyota 86/BRZ. Right, I can see also we were talking about Nissan Z cars earlier today. It's the layest of the Z range.
Yes.
In the Aeroflow lane coming up from the burnout.
11.73 there for the Golf to a 15.42, 89 mile an hour for the 86. Yeah, you can definitely see the styling cues.
Yep.
Between this Z car and the one that's the orange one that's running here today.
Certainly, and all those before it too.
Yes.
Right? So, interesting combination. That Falcon was out of the hole pretty well. Let's see what both of them can run down. The Falcon's going to go through for a 12.05 at 115. Z-Car 13.89 at 108. Definitely a little bit of a herky-jerky launch on that one, so still dialing in their setup. Okay, we've got the XE back out here and the Holden Ute. Not even going to guess because I'm going to get it wrong what the model is.
I'm going to say HG.
G, yeah.
Going out there.
Yep. T.
If I'm wrong, oh well. It won't be the first time. Very cool looking car. The Venetian's in the back.
Yes.
I dare say it's been retired from its ute duties.
Yeah, probably not hauling the...
Yeah, brickies and the all the bricks and the sand and all
taking
the other
pigs to
bits.
market on Sunday, maybe. Maybe not so much anymore.
Been retired to a loving life of getting thrashed on a Sunday at Sydney Dragway.
That's right. It's still doing runs on a Sunday, just different kind of runs. 12.33 with an 8 at 109 mile per hour in the Aeroflow lane. 11.90 at 109 for the XE Falcon in the Rocket lane.
Yeah,
Right.
Falcon pretty consistent, isn't it?
It is very consistent. Looks like a fun bit of kit to send down the track. You've got this Audi. It's an RS3 hatch.
Yep.
Does it say Steve-O, the number plate?
I can see the number plate. I
Yep.
can see the sticker on the back of the car pad. It's an Audi. I think his name's Christian. He was out here at the Nitro Champs doing very well. I think he went rounds as well.
Very good.
Running for JM Auto Repairs. And an 11.87 with an 8, 113 mile an hour. To
Nice
11.
improvement of that wagon.
Yeah. That's the Subaru wagon, wasn't it?
Subaru wagon, yeah.
1172, I think it was.
1172, yep. Sorry to interrupt you there, Bushy. All right, another couple of Falcons. I think I noticed this FG Falcon in the Rocket Lane. Its last pass, it was no slouch either. So good to see the Barras representing here at Sydney Dragway.
Ooh, lots of wheel spin there.
Yeah, a little keen on the launch, perhaps, on this one. Let's see what it can gather up.
Pretty slow to the 60. We're not going to get a representative time here.
Yeah,
15.0.
definitely aborted that towards the back half there, which is no mistake, really. You know, I think we should probably touch quickly on when we're here at a street meet. A lot of the cars generally are on a street tyre. They don't really like being driven through their traction level.
Yes.
You know, so if your car's coming out of the hole and you're doing a skid, effectively, you're turning the tyres, just back out of it.
Yep.
A lot of the time, the street tyre, he has that little familiar wagon as well. It's keeping the 300 ZX honest. This is going to be a good run.
Smashing through the 4-speed gearbox.
Definitely. Lightweight, nimble. 1263 at 115 for the 300 ZX, at 1240 at 108 for the familiar wagon. Yeah,
so down a little bit on mile an hour, but the ET better for the Mazda there.
Certainly. As I was mentioning, street tyres, great on the street, great in the wet. On a sticky track, sometimes if they lose traction because you're a little bit overzealous with perhaps the power off the line, they don't really like turning. What they want to do is hop. Or you might get too much wheel speed up, and then all of a sudden it becomes really difficult to control the back end of the car. So if you do come out of the line and it doesn't go right and you turn the tyres a lot, just ease off the throttle is usually the best thing I can do. You're not going to run a PB,
no.
turn the tyres off the line.
The run's done.
That's it. It's all finished. So don't try and be a hero and drift it down the track.
Because Pat and I have seen plenty of times those walls become almost magnetic.
Yes.
When you get close enough to them.
Yep.
And that's certainly not what we want to see.
Exactly. And if you still turn the tyres through first, second, and maybe into third gear, you've got a lot of wheel speed on board. And that's hard to gather up.
Yes.
You know, you can't just back off and expect the tyres to stop turning. So, yeah, definitely very important. If you do turn the tyres, just ease out of it. Doesn't matter. You know, it's early in the day. You're going to get plenty more runs here at Sydney Dragway. So, all right. We've got a couple of cars I don't think we've seen so far today. So, it sounds like a pretty spicy V6 Commodore in the
super
in the
clean
Aeroflow
from up here too.
Yeah, very clean little car.
And the little unassuming Honda in the Rocket Lane.
EG Civic down there. I think B18, so the B Series VTEC motor. And I'm going to say maybe turbo. Judging by the sound on the track mic and the way that it's starting to pack on the power in the back half of the track. All right, so 13.0 at 120 mile per hour. That for sure is a turbo B18. 14.19 at 96 mile per hour for the clean VY Commodore in Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Pat. My Escort runs 13.3 is 105.
Yep.
So good 15 mile an hour difference there.
Yeah. That's it. Another unassuming pair here going down the track. I think that was a Hyundai i20.
Yes, that car was here on Wednesday night.
Yep. I'm going to say not a standard i20. Almost 100 mile per hour across the line, and a 1562 at 92 for the CRV.
I bet the CRV's not stockers either, just quietly.
No. You can't pick. It doesn't matter what car it is. You can't pick it these days.
No.
The amount of engine swaps that are available, the fact that you can get a turbo for pretty cheap these days, and fab up some sort of manifold. And
well, there was a CRV over at Roll Drags a couple of meetings ago.
Yep.
Like a candy red one.
Yep.
And
that had a big turbo.
Yeah. It was definitely not stockers.
No.
I think he went a couple of rounds in racing.
Yes. 1147 at 121 mile per hour for the Commodore in the Rocket Lane. 1366 at 98 for the FD RX-7 in the Aeroflow lane. Just quietly, the most beautiful Japanese domestic model ever to be produced, in my opinion. FD RX-7.
Yeah, I'd go with it.
I can't think of a car that's... Well, maybe if you go right back to the unobtainable Toyota 2000 GT, perhaps, which is like late 60s. Beautiful looking car, but there's about 6 of them, I think, in the world.
Oh, okay. So why haven't you got one?
Well, I keep looking. It's not quite right, not the right colour. They're all white, but it's not the right colour. All right. 1236 at 115 for the G-Pack.
So you notice he said it's got nothing to do with how much they worth?
Not at all. Not at all. Millions of dollars, sure. Don't worry about it. Okay, so we got this late model G Series 330 BMW down here at the line. and the FG XR6 Turbo by the looks of things. Oh, he's just crept through. Left a cherry on the tree.
Still get a time though. Left before the third amber. Of course, if you leave way too early, you're not going to get a time. But as long as the tree's been activated, it's all good. Runs on through from 13.0, 118 mile an hour. And the BMW 1383 at 103.
Indeed, and the VN Commodore manging as mangers do through the burnout there.
I'll tell you, he's not shy.
No, not at all. That's good. That's what we're here for. You got to bring that Falcon Ute just into stage. Looks like a BA, I think. Right, we've got the VN Commodore leading the way in the Aeroflow lane down here. The big Falcon is chasing it down. Looks like it's going to stretch its legs. Falcon crossed through a 15.22 at 98 mile per hour, 16.04 at 85 for the Commodore Aeroflow lane. Okay, here's this nice chaser that I saw before.
Taking on a very clean Subi in the rocket lane.
Yeah. Well, I think the chaser's no slouch. It came out of the hole pretty quick. Building some boost. Here we go. It's got the auto on board.
Yeah, 1.5, 8 to the 60. Nothing wrong with that, Pat.
Not at all. Pushing through. It's going to be in the 10-second range. 10.50 with a 2 at 140 mile per hour.
Making some horsepower at the top end too.
Certainly. Got that JZ powertrain underneath the bonnet in a relatively unassuming combination.
Yeah.
4-door.
I think if you took the body kit off it, you'd think it's stock.
Yeah, certainly. All right, beautiful VL turbo down here in the rocket lane. Certainly got some berries under the bonnet. You can hear that turbo singing as it makes a stout burnout. Parachute on the back, so we know that he means business. Beautiful day for turbo cars today as well, Bushy.
Yep, really nice conditions out there.
Cool air. No clouds, sun on the track, so we get a little bit of temperature in the track itself. All right, we can hear this RB spool up. It goes 152.60. I reckon there's a bit more in that, but we're just feeling it out early in the day. 650 in the 8th at 108. Let's get a cross on down there at a 10.14 with a 3 at 133 mile per hour with a very clean pass. Nice chute deployment down there as well. So if that was just their first test pass of the day, I think that's ticks all round.
Yeah, definitely. Nice and clean. Didn't do anything ridiculous off the start line.
Yep. Right, late model Euro battle here. We've got the Audi S5 back up against what looks like, I think, maybe an M240, an F-Series M240. Both a surprising package there. We've got a 178 60-foot out of the Audi this time. So really nice launch. A 2.0, which is not bad for a late model BMW, to be honest. Audi crosses for a 12.099 at 113 mile per hour and a 12.84 with a 7 at 106.
What's in the Audi, a 6-cylinder or a 4?
It depends on which model it is, but it could even be... I don't think it sounded like a V8.
Yeah.
That model did have a V8 in the S. It might not be an S. It could be an A5 with a 3-litre turbo V6.
Yep.
In that one.
Because I've also seen a 2.0 T badge on that, on that shape too.
Yep. Yeah, a bunch of different options as far as engine combinations are concerned.
036 red on the tree for the Monaro, but an 11.19, 121 mile an hour charge to 15.008, 94 mile an hour in the rocket lane. Big burnout.
Keen
from
burnout
the HG.
From the HG. That's what it's there for. It's got the big dual pipes out the back, a la burnout car sort of style.
Yes.
So yeah, I think he's probably no stranger to doing a stout burnout. Bushy, I reckon.
Practiced in undisclosed locations.
Mexico, private roads. Yep, all of those. Ooh, a bit of a hop off the line, but
Of course,
still
it should be here at
153.
Sydney Dragway, Pat.
That's exactly right. Now we can really test it out and get a number attached to that clean pass, and that number is going to be a 10.55 with a 7 at 126 mile per hour. The late model Statesman in the, or Caprice in the Aeroflow lane, 14.21 with an 100 mile per hour. Okay, a little bit more Barra action out here. We've got the FG XR6 Turbo by the looks of things.
Strong burnouts from both sides.
Strong burnout from the F6 again.
Could hear that recognisable whine of the street tyre as it gets burnt up.
It says no more.
I'm hot already.
Yeah.
I'm hot already.
That's right. Yeah, and a good point as well, Bushy, as well. You know, we were saying about street tyres, they don't really like doing, you know, getting out of their comfort zone, and part of that is the burnout as well. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for you enjoying your burnout when you're here at Sydney Dragway. Please get a smoky burnout and have your fun. You paid your money and you paid for the whole tyre, so you might as well use all of it. But when you do a big smoky burnout on a street tyre, the compound just basically falls apart after a certain point. So really, if you've got your regular street tyres on, you want to come out here, you want to do your little burnout, let the car roll forward out of the water so you've got no more water on the tyre, and that's pretty much all you need to do.
Yep.
Otherwise, it's going to be too hot and it'll just fall apart. Yeah. If you're running a radial style tyre, like a drag style tyre or a slick or something like that, different story. You want to get a good amount of heat into that compound so that it works properly. But yeah, for your regular street tyres, just yeah, if you're not out just to have a bit of fun with skids and you want to try and really aim for that PB, don't go too crazy in the burnout box. Right, really nice launch from both of these Commodores out here. The Ute with a 162, sorry, I should say the VS Ute in the Aeroflow lane 162. Eden's gone through for a 10.17 with a 0 at 137 mile per hour. The VS Ute in the Aeroflow lane 11.45 with an 8, 117. So pretty consistent from that Ute.
Yeah, both of them. The Aeroflow lane I thought was going to be a little bit quicker than that looking at the 60 foot.
Yeah, but, yeah. I think, has Eden turned that Ute up as well? It seems like it's a bit quicker than we've seen before out here.
Good question.
I feel like it's making a bit more power. It's got a bit more mile per hour on the back end. Right.
There's a lot of weight running down the racetrack right now.
Absolutely.
Monaro in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the big Monte Carlo, I think it is, in the Rocket.
Wow, what a great time. Yeah. What a great pairing again. 11.54 to an 11.56. I saw the Monaro or the Holden in the Aeroflow lane had a bit of a cough and a splutter, maybe tagged a limiter first to second or something like that. So
yeah, well, I think a lot of these cars in their normal driving arrangement wouldn't go anywhere near the limiter.
No.
So you know, sometimes they need a bit of a clear out, you know, in that RPM. Hear those rear tyres fighting for traction on the start line. Let's see what the Camaro can do at the top end. 10.34 with an 8, 134 mile an hour through the finish line to an 11.91 at 116.
Very nice. That Camaro is working well. 156 and the 60 foot is pretty nice. It does have, as I mentioned earlier, it's got weld wheels on the back and it's got a radial tyre, but it's not a traditional 15-inch wheel and tyre combination. That's always the best for getting out of the hole. It's got the 17s on it down there because they have a pretty large rear brake combination on those. So yeah, doing really well with what they've got on that Camaro for sure.
Yeah, so you don't get the full benefit of the sidewall of the tyre because the rim's so much bigger.
Yep. But the bonus is at the back end of the track, you've usually got a little bit more rolling diameter, so your speed is good. 1960 for the beautiful Holden in the Rocket lane. Gets out, jacks that front left corner up as we're used to seeing H-bodies do.
Yes.
Goes through for an 11.19 with a 5 at 127 mile per hour. Aeroflow lane 12.09 with a 4 at 121. Does this kill a little FC back again, Bushy?
Yeah, let's see what can be produced this time around in the Rocket lane. Taking on the FG in the Aeroflow. FC away first, 9.05 light, but is soon to be gobbled up by the Falcon around about half track. And the Falcon runs on through 11.96 with a 3, 126 miles an hour to a 13.2 at 103 for the FC. Next up, a Ford versus Holden battle. think this was the Falcon that got all crossed up on the hit last time.
You're right, Bushy. It was a bit of a wild launch out of this one. Let's see what he can do. Whoa, still lifts the wheels, but a lot more straight this time. Getting out through a 158, 60 foot with the front wheels coming off the ground, so he means business. All right, a 10.98 with a 9, 119 mile per hour. That's going to make the crew happy.
A mile an hour seems a little slow for a 10.98. But
Yeah, well, I think it's probably like a naturally aspirated combination, sort of, you know, lightweight.
doesn't matter. I'm just wondering whether he got out of the throttle. Didn't sound like he did.
No. Can be done. I ran 10s in really low 120.
Yeah, okay.
I think. But we're just making assumptions here.
Yes.
So custom line out again with, strangely, another rare car, actually. You might not see many SLKs, this first generation SLK, on the road anymore, but definitely not an SLK 32, which is a supercharged V6 AMG model out here. So really nice street car from, when was that? Early 2000s?
Yeah,
early 2000s, I think. You know, not necessarily a slouch out of the hole, but as we know, that custom line's got plenty of ponies under the bonnet. Goes through for a 13.34 with a 6 at 130 and a 13.41. Yeah.
130 mile an hour.
Certainly.
There's a 4.0 60 foot for the custom line.
Yeah.
Strong burnout from the utility in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, I can see maximum shine on the rear window and maximum effort for the burnout.
Yeah, he wasn't listening to what you were talking about.
Well, I can't see what tyre he's got. Maybe he's got a radial or a slick on there. Might be all right.
I know Brian in the rocket lane, he won't listen.
No.
He's not
That's
interested in that.
Either way, it's worked. Both cars out with a reasonable 60 foot, a 182 for the Aeroflow, 175 Brian out of seeing. Going to cross through out of seeing a 12.34 with a 1 at 111 and a 12.33 with a 1 at 113 for the Aeroflow lane. I'll have to get hold of the driver in the Silver Ute and tell him to come down to Super Street and give Brian a bit of a run.
Yes. Yes.
Very cool. What do we got down here? Is that a Chevelle, Bushy?
I will say yes.
I'm going to say it's a Chevelle.
I think it is a Chevelle. It's got an SS badge on the back.
I think
Interesting that the patina is only on the roof and the rear quarters, funnily enough.
Yeah,
the
maybe
the front sheet
bits have
metal
been
looks
replaced.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Nova generally a bit smaller. Yeah, we'll see when it comes back down. And generally, we can pick the difference on the headlights. But a 1389 with a 2 at 98 mile per hour for the question mark Chevelle in the Rocket Lane, and a 1253 at 115 for the late model Mustang in the Aeroflow lane there.
Yeah, it's the first of our Mustangs down the racetrack here today. Normally we
Yeah.
have quite a few of them.
Yep. I've seen a few out the back, so maybe they're just waiting for whatever it is they're waiting for, I guess.
Well, Holden battle starting right now with the burnouts. Maloo Ute in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, not just any Maloo Ute either, by the way. That's a GTSR VF. That is a very rare vehicle. That's one of the last that's come out. So certainly someone taking their pride and joy for a run down the strip today. That's they've been asking a pretty penny on the used market these days. I mean, one of the last HSVs to ever come out of the Holden factory. The VY in the Aeroflow lane certainly keeping it honest. 162 in the 60 foot. He's going to head on down through there for an 11.47 with a 9 at 118. The GTSR Maloo Ute 12.52 at a 112 mile per hour.
As that number plate
Yeah.
blinds me from 500 metres away.
Just caught the sun at the right angle down there. As are most of the bonnets and roofs and windscreens in the staging lanes.
Yes.
When we look at the camera from the... from there. All right, so look, there we go. Another GTSR. So I wonder if there's a couple of friends there, but sedan in this one.
Yeah, some very clean late model Holdens here today.
Absolutely. Factory supercharged LS combo. They really got it right. It's such a shame that was the last real Commodore. They really got it right with the VFs and the Series 2 VFs. We won't even dignify that abomination that they called a Commodore that came out before Holden wrapped up.
The Euro one.
Yeah, it's not even. Let's not even talk about it, Bushy. A 1.860 foot for the VF in the Aeroflow lane. He's going to head on down through for an 11.58 with an 8 at 122 mile per hour. The VE Ute in the Rocket Lane, 13.1 at 110. Now, we were talking about something else, like we always do, waffle on, Bushy, when this VY/VZ Club Sport ran last time, but I did notice that it got out of the hole pretty smartly, so let's see what it can run. I know it's got an air filter through the bonnet, which is not super common. 160, 60 foot. The HQ at 195 in the Rocket Lane.
Nice pass out of the Aeroflow lane, Pat.
Yeah, 11.06, 123 mile per hour. Pretty impressive for the naturally aspirated package air. 13.03 at 103 for the HQ in the Rocket Lane.
Next up, the Holden Ute taking on the Blue Mustang.
There you go, Mustang starting to flow through now, Bushy. Bit of a skid and a jump to the right for the Ute in the Aeroflow lane, a 190, 60 foot. Turning the tyre wasn't helping him there, but still going to bring it home for an 11.29 with a 6 at 123 mile per hour. Certainly some 10-second runs on the board, I think, if they can get that car hooking off the line. Okay, so I'm going to say it's an XF thermal gear in the Aeroflow lane against a S550 Mustang by the looks of things in the Rocket lane. Oh, Falcon's just rolled through a little bit too far there. There we go. So both cars into stage now. Starter will flick the switch. Tree, we've got a bit of a wild launch from the Falcon once it got going there. 157, 60 foot heading towards the centre line. So definitely some berries on board. It's going to cross through for a 10.97 with a 5 at 122 mile per hour. The Mustang at 14.13 at 105 mile per hour. Right, so next up we've got the Holden Ute versus, we've got the data on file, but yeah, certainly a common sight here at Sydney Dragway. So aggressive, just left a red light on the tree there at 149, 60 foot for the HQ in the Rocket lane. It's going to go through for a 10.17 with a 4 at 131. And the Ute 11.41 at 90 miles per hour. Right. Just watching that green Ute get around the deep end of the track. I think we're just going to have a quick look at the track down there, make sure that it hasn't dropped anything. You can see a track walker down there going across. Just to double check. Everything good to go. We can see Nelson down there in the sedan today, McFry. And the little Dodge, not exactly little, but the Dodge in the Rocket Lane. This thing's a really nice package, so let's see, they've been sort of chattering the tyres just coming off the line, but should be able to do a little bit of tuning and playing with some tyre pressures to come cleanly off the line. Both cars into stage. Big wheel hop from the dart again, 174.64, 159.60 for Nelson in the Aeroflow lane. Really nice pass there. The Dodge is going to stretch its legs, run a 10.07, 141 to a 10.86 with a 9 at 123 mile per hour. Oh yes, and that is the sound of a Pro Charge big block in that HQ down there. Really tough car. Seen it out here plenty of times. Pretty confident low 9 seconds, but I'm probably going to miss the call on that one. And another familiar face down there, Alicia Teal in the Rocket Lane in the HQ Coupe. Oh, it's a sedan, I'm sorry. Alicia's been here plenty of times. Her HQ, a very familiar sight here at Sydney Dragway and on Drag Challenge events. She's going to be upset with herself there, leaving a cherry on the tree. A 145.60 for the HQ in the Aeroflow lane, and sounds like they're buttoned off just shy of 1,000 foot there, so a 9.08 at 115 mile per hour. Plenty left on the table for that car. Alicia goes through for 11.28 in the Rocket Lane. Yeah, 9.0 at only 115 mile per hour, Benny. That is cooking. They've definitely wicked up the Pro Charger on that big block combo there. So keen to see more of that today. Back through with some of the bikes here that are out supporting Aeroflow Performance Race for Real Sunday sessions here at Sydney Dragway, partnered with Mazushi Car Club. We've got a great car show going on down in the pits today. We've got a real mix of vehicles out here. We've got the bike club here with, I have to try and find out what the name of the bike club is. It's got their lane down there, because we've got a bunch of Groms, a bunch of CT110s, postie bikes and whatnot. Everyone's out here having a great time. Betty, how good's the weather? It's pretty good out here. You know, I mean, we can't get better. Blue skies, cool air temperature. You know, it's only showing us sort of about 14 degrees out there, so I know it might be a little bit chilly if you're in the stands in the shade, but the engines in these cars and bikes out here running today are loving this. As the sun comes up a little bit further, it's going to get a little bit more temperature into that Sydney Dragway track that we know is always prepped and on point. So if you've had a little bit of an issue with traction so far, don't worry. It's only going to get better as the sun gets higher. It's not going to be too hot today, so the track's going to be in a really nice position. Oh, a little red light for the Rocket Lane down there. Too keen on the throttle. Got a couple of small CC bikes back out here. Keep an eye on this little green postie in the Aeroflow lane down here. He's a bit of a burnout man. Oh, second gear. It takes a big step to the left in the burnout box. Just really cleaning that tyre up. That's a lot of fun. And that's what it's about here on a Sunday for Race for Real. Right. So we're just waiting on the previous pair to get on down. All right, we've got one bike. The Rocket Lane is around the return road, and we're just waiting for the second to get around the corner. So all good. Oh, a little bit of a dry hop for the Aeroflow lane, the little postie bike there. He's rowing through the gears. He's got the tuck happening. Let's see if they can't improve. Goes through for an ET of 17.61 with a 7 at 63.9 mile per hour to the Rocket Lane 21.585 at 53 mile per hour. Okay, now if you didn't see the last pass, the little bike in the Rocket Lane is a traditional Honda Monkey, what's known as a monkey bike. Looks small. I made it incorrect assumption that it was going to be really slow. And I've just put the commentary curse on him. He had a bit of a stall there coming off the line, but watch that little thing go. That is incredible for not a small fella. I say that with all due respect because I am not a small fella either. On that little bike, he's getting on down the track. Even with a stall on the line at 20.59. Last time out, that ran 17 seconds at 70 mile per hour. Not something you would expect there. It's a great bit of entertainment and really part of the mix of vehicles that we've got out here at Sydney Dragway. You can see what looks like a couple more posties down there. Looks like we've got a race on down there. Both riders tucked in. It looks like the right lane is just going to edge ahead. Crossing through, we've got an 18.79 at 65 mile per hour to a 20.264 at 59.6 in the Aeroflow lane. Okay, a few more CCs on board now with this next pairing. Wally Hoster and the BC Performance-backed Suzuki GSXR 1000. He's a regular out here at Sydney Dragway, so he's definitely taking the opportunity for a Sunday, nice beautiful day to get some extra laps down the track. Wally's out at 1.600, 60 foot. I think it might be a Yamaha R7 in the right lane as well, so definitely a bit more of a track weapon. A 9.05 with an 8 at 158 mile per hour for Wally to a 13.136 at 101 mile per hour for the Rocket Lane. Two more bikes on the line down there. We've got the ZX14 in the Rocket Lane. Still gently on the 60 foot for the Kawasaki. 2.1 60 foot, but it's going to head on down and stretch its legs to 10.44 with a 141 mile per hour, which is a little bit more representative of what that bike's capable of. Okay, stout burnout there from Cherie Buggy in the Rocket Lane. Once again, another regular here at Sydney Dragway, often found competing in the track championships on the weekend. Suzuki Hayabusa in the left lane. I haven't got data on the left lane, the Aeroflow lane. I think it's a Kawasaki. Pretty nice reaction time for Cherie there in the Rocket Lane at 1.57, 60 foot, straight as an arrow as she goes down the track. She's going to cross through for an 8.8 with 0.0, 158 mile per hour. Really nice run for Cherie there. I'm sure she'll be really happy with that. 11.28 with a 2 at 140 mile per hour in the Aeroflow lane. Okay. So I think, looks like Angela Phillips on the GSXR in the Rocket Lane. I think my timing board's got her marked in the left lane, but Angie, another regular here. It is Angie on the Hayabusa, Benny? I think, yeah, okay. It's all right. The bikes got me a bit confused there. not hard to confuse me realistically, you know. Yep. All right.
It's a commentator thing, Pat.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you know.
It doesn't take much from me either, but
all right, a 1960 foot for the high booster in the Aeroflow lane to a 235. Oh.
do you know wheel stand there for Angela, and I don't know if something's gone away on the bike or not.
Yeah, it still seems to be under its own power, so
Maybe just took her a little bit by surprise.
yeah. A Hayabusa is not exactly a short bike, so when you do lift the front wheel on a Hayabusa, it feels about 40 times higher than what it actually is,
yes,
because of the length of the wheelbase. Speaking from experience.
I know. On her other, I will be diplomatic in how I say this.
Yep.
On her other bike, she's had specific stickers made,
yes,
to prompt herself to get down on the tank.
Yep.
You know, was placing certain body parts in certain locations.
Very nice.
It's funny.
Okay, that Kawasaki that ran before, I think, was a H2SX, which would explain the 140 mile per hour on that one. So Chris Hocking getting down there on the Aprilia at 1032 and 142. That bike is just going a little bit faster each pass, which is great. Yeah, H2SX, a touring version of the H2 Superbike.
Wow.
Supercharged 1000cc or 998cc Kawasaki, so interesting combination.
Edge Malice was at the winners in comp bike.
With the H2?
With the H2. He was a second under the index.
Yeah, wow.
Just a casual second. Unfortunately, something went away on one of the runs and he got beat just at the finish line. He coasted from half the track and the other bike had issues at the start line and got moving at the top end. And, yeah, just came around him, but he was a whole second under the index.
Yeah, wow.
Doesn't sound like much, but obviously in a sport that's decided by thousandths of a second, a second is, you know, a month and a half, really.
Absolutely.
Big burnout from the postie bike in the rocket lane this time around.
Yes, and I like to see the full safety gear on display for postie there. That actually gives me a little bit of concern. Why would you need to wear full leathers on a postie bike?
Oh, well, maybe he does other things. Maybe they do other things on the motorcycle, like Evel Knievel type stuff.
Potentially, but I'm here for it. No, it's spat the chain by the looks of things. It's, yeah, no.
The burnout was as far as it was willing to go.
Yep, no, not ideal. Yes, that is a drive chain that the track official has just handed to the rider. They're not exactly what you want to get handed after you've tried to do a pass. But, you know, it's a different kind of trophy that you can take home and put on the wall.
Yes. I guess as long as you can find the joiner, you might be able to...
yeah, you might be able to put it back. There's a lot of modification on that bike there. It looks like a long wheelbase.
He's done this extended swing arm on it.
Yeah, that's right.
And the fact it was able to actually do a smoky burnout tells me that it's not stock.
No,
usually
I like it.
Indication.
I'd really like to see the that back at the line, but I'm not sure whether they will. Also, great to see plenty of people rolling in to spectate here at Sydney Dragway. It's really good to have, we've got both sides of the spectator areas open today. So the eastern and western sides of the track are open so people can have a watch. I know a lot of the time we've only got the grandstand side, the western side of the track open, but it is nice to see a different perspective. We've got that open. The sun is shining, so it's a beautiful day to come down and watch some drag racing. And no doubt there's plenty of people here to see the burnouts later on today. We've got some pretty stout cars booked in to do burnouts here at Aeroflow Performance Race for Real Sunday sessions, partnered with Mazushi Car Club.
Yeah, I hope everybody's having a good time. Brett Copping getting very crossed up in the burnout there. Again, no smoke though. Spinning the wheel, it's just not...
just a low wheel speed happening, yeah.
Not a lot of RPM.
I'm not sure what tyre Brett runs on that car, but I know there was a Shinko branded tyre that was pretty popular with a lot of drag bikes. Extremely sticky. So very, very sticky. Yeah, something along those lines, Benny. Brett just edging into full stage here. We're going to get him on the way. Not a bad reaction time, 0.24 for a bike. 155.60. He's going along, so nice and consistent from Brett in the 60-foot range there. Goes through for a 10.065 at 133. It's almost as if he's dialed into a 10.0.
Yeah, a very consistent rider is Brett, and we can see the way that he approaches the start line. He's got the elbow way
jacked
up,
right
high,
up,
ready to crank that throttle down, of course.
No, he's not there to make friends with it.
No.
Tell you what, Bushy, those staging lanes out the back are looking pretty full, man.
They are.
That's a good deal. We can't actually see the end of lanes 3 and 4. It's going back up past the cafeteria down there. So
fantastic to see from all our competitors here today to bring the car out and have a bit of a play here at Sydney Dragway. It's very much appreciated, and it keeps the variety up as well, because it's not the same cars coming around and around continuously. There is a little bit more of a gap between, and I hope you're all enjoying your time against the Christmas tree with the reaction times, and of course getting the time slip that you thought you might, or if not better in some cases.
Yep.
It's all about setting individual goals for yourself. And as I said before, don't forget, we see the black Subaru coming up here. He's got a passenger on board. So if you do have a helmet and want to go for a ride in someone's car, you've got to sign on to that vehicle specifically. Go to our scrutineering shed and sign the appropriate paperwork. As long as you've got an approved helmet, covered shoes, long sleeve top and long pants, you're good to go.
You're good to go, that's right. And I think down to 11.0? 10.50.
10.50, yeah.
So you can run a 10-second pass in your mate's passenger seat. That's pretty cool. You get to go 10.50s and not have to spend all the money.
Yes.
That's a good deal.
Yeah,
that's pretty sweet.
It's very good.
That's pretty sweet. I reckon probably 95% of people in the world would never run a 10-second pass in their life.
I reckon you're probably right.
There's a lot of people in the world, and I know there's a lot of 10-second cars, but there's a good chance that not many people have done that. And so now you can come to Sydney Dragway, find someone who has a 10-second car, not spend all the money, and go for a 10-second rip.
Yep.
Pretty exclusive club.
How quick have you gone in your Commodore?
It's got 9:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So far. Still very slow.
No. Street registered, is it not?
No longer.
Oh, okay.
I've made the decision.
You've abandoned that.
I've abandoned it, yep. I decided why have a heavy race car or a really inconvenient street car? Just make it one or the other.
Yes.
So...
Got the old chop out.
Yeah, took the seats and the interior out of it the other day, and someone came and picked those up. It was actually a really positive Facebook Marketplace experience.
Oh, really?
Strangely enough.
Wow.
I mean, there was a bit of wading through the "is this still available" messages, and people that want to offer you 10% of what you're asking. But the fellow that came and picked it up was so VY Club Sport interior, right?
Yes.
Factory seats, all that sort of thing. He went, I don't need them anymore. Someone else can have them. The fella has a VY Club Sport.
Yep.
Desperate to find other seats because he'd broken his.
Yes.
He was an older fella and he drove from one side of Sydney to the other.
Yes.
Didn't question the price, just went, I was desperate for these. And I went, you know what? That's the person that you want to buy your stuff off Marketplace.
Yeah. I've had pretty good experiences so far. I've had one or two that were kind of, that was a waste of time.
Yeah, yep.
Or, getting upset because I asked too many questions in one message.
Okay.
Well, anyway, I'd like to know what I'm paying for my money for.
Yeah, that's right.
Before I drive 3 hours to come pick it up.
Yep.
Oh, no, it looks like the I-20N is being pushed back.
I was just about to say I can see why it's quick because it's got the Cherry Performance sticker on the on the back window there. They're, I think, Hyundai and Kia specialists.
Hornsby way, I think.
Yeah, that way, yeah. So definitely no stranger to Sydney Dragway, Cherry Performance Crew, but unfortunately, yeah, something's just not happy on the little I-20 there. Fingers crossed they can get it back out. There's a little bit of generational Mazda on Mazda crime about to happen down here on the track.
Yeah.
Got the FD RX-7 down there and the little familiar wagon.
Yeah, there seems to be a massive price variation in that model of RX-7. I think anyway. Like sometimes you see them for like near 100 grand, and then the next you see other ones for like 60.
Yeah, I think certainly because they did sell those domestically here in Australia, so I think the Australian delivered ones do carry a bit more of a price tag. Yeah. If they have a particular sticker from a particular popular workshop in Sydney that carry a bit more money, you reckon, Benny? Whoa! Hiking the wheels on the wagon in the Rocket Lane. And he is showing the way of the RX-7 at the moment.
I'll tell you what, the driver of that little wagon knows his way around that 4-speed gearbox too, just quietly.
Certainly.
1242 with a 108 mile an hour for the wagon to a 1292 at 113.
That was a great race.
Yeah, it was. It was a good run.
And I guarantee you that that bloke probably doesn't really want to go that much faster in the wagon because he'd be so busy already trying to steer the thing, get it down, get the front wheels on the ground, grab a gear, all of those, not fall out of the seat.
I tell you what, it's only got little tyres on it too, so it does really well to hook up. Well, the Commodore wanting the rear wheel hit.
He's gone for the jump. He's got the stage on the rear wheels.
Have you seen the thing on social media? I saw it the other day. When a car wants 73 car lengths, don't give it the head start. It's in the US somewhere, and I don't know what sort of car it was because whatever was in the other lane, so they do the I suppose what's the word? No prep kings type stuff, where the slower car, he was like at the first orange marker that we see on our racetrack, so it's the 330 marker out there miles. And I think that they were only running I don't know if they were running 8th or what, but the car in the other lane absolutely destroyed it. He's leaving from the start line where our cars are sitting at the moment, and the other car was at the 330 and he still got beat.
That'd be one of those situations where the fast car should have like a sign in the side window that says "sell it" as you go past the other car, because that's really the only solution once that's happened. If you've accepted that race and that's the outcome, some serious thinking's got to go.
Well, I think it was almost like a street car versus a race car type deal. But is this your wide body?
No, that's a pretty regular looking Evo down there. The wide body thing, you won't be asking me the question if it's it. If it comes out for a run. I'm not sure if it's racing today. I think it may just be on display. But bit of two-step happening on the Audi. A bit of wheel hop happening in the Evo. 175.60 is quite a respectable 60-foot time for the Audi. Goes through for a 12.11 with a 9, 110 mile per hour. Bit of a glitch there on the timing screen from what we can see for the Evo, but still out there keeping it honest.
I'm wondering if there's a little critter in that timing block.
It could be. Could be a little...
especially with the weather we've had.
Yes.
They tend to like to hide in a little gap in the wall.
R33 GDST living up to its number plate name there on limiter. Certainly a bit of an auto setup happening there. You could hear it come up on the converter and building boost, so should be an interesting run. We've got the little EG turbo Civic in the Rocket Lane as well. Right, Civic out pretty cleanly. R33 is building boost. Let's see if it can't get away from the line pretty cleanly. Didn't quite get up to the boost level it was hoping for, but here it goes. Turning the tyre, certainly fighting for traction. It was 11.38 with a 5 at 130 mile per hour for the Civic in the Rocket Lane. A 13.0 at 126 for the Skyline. A little bit of figuring out to go. there on the skyline, on the start line procedure.
Yeah, just to give you a bit of a heads up, 130 mile an hour run in a car is typically, I'll say typically because there is variance of this, is typically probably like what, a 10.2, 10.3 mile?
Yeah,
10,
I mean depending on the 60-foot time, nines can be done.
So the Civic definitely making the horsey power, just not putting it to the ground.
No, it's tricky on a two-wheel drive, front-wheel drive car to get all of the boost in early. That's the biggest issue because they generally want to rip the steering wheel out of your hands and hunt the nearest wall
or the centre line box. Whichever way.
Either one. Yeah. All right, so Forrester out on the 300ZX. Another 300ZX down there. We have seen that before here at Sydney Dragway with the police-style lights, the tail lights.
It's factory.
Managed to hunt down the Forester, a 13.31 at 113 mile per hour for the Aeroflow lane, 14.43 at 97 in the Rocket lane. Okay, is this clean VY Commodore down here, back up to the line, and looks like another M3. No, it's not an M3, but M340 maybe in the BMW in the left lane, the Aeroflow lane. So track staff just giving a couple of pointers to the driver down there in the Rocket lane. Okay, clean launch. That BMW is out of the hole. He's going to lead the way down in the Aeroflow lane there. The Commodore is still a nice straight pass. Very close on the 60-foot actually between those two cars. A 209 to a 205. A 1240 with a 9 at 112 mile per hour in the Aeroflow lane for 14.158 at 95 in the Rocket lane.
Next up, I think the same model Beamer. Well, looks very similar. Don't hate me if I get it wrong.
Yeah. Same generation, I think, yeah. Pretty sure these guys are mates, the BMW and the Hyundai, because they were behind each other in the staging lanes when we got here. A couple of the first cars that were here this morning, so that's a pretty good way to spend your Sunday. Head out with your mate in your cool car and have a run down the strip here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, 13.37 with an 8.103 mile an hour for the BMW to a 13.90 at 102 for the Hyundai in the Rocket lane there.
I think these cars were paired last time as well, Bushy, from memory. Nans VN in the Rocket lane this time, and
did you say Nans or Mangs?
No, well, both, I guess. So Nans VN Mangs, like a VN. So good on them. Yeah. All right, off we go. The VN with the reaction time. But, Falcon with the horsepower in the big end.
And the Falcon runs through for 14.1 at 100 mile an hour to a 16.16 at 84 for the Commodore. Very clean Subaru sitting down on the start line there in the Aeroflow lane. The BMW with the horsepower will get there first with a 1288 at 108 and a 12.2 at 122. So big difference in the reaction times there. The Subaru a little bit slow. Of course, if you hear Pat and I talking, of course, about the reaction times, 000 is the perfect reaction time. It means you leave the start line as soon as that green light comes on. If you go red, obviously that's a negative, and you will throw the win light to your competitor. No consequence here today. It doesn't matter. We're not racing for sheep stations or anything of that nature.
Certainly.
If you hear us talking about the 60 foot and you haven't been to Sydney Dragway before, 60 foot from the start line, so you can see the yellow witches hats. That's the start line. Then if you come forward to the Christmas tree, the set of lights obviously with the green, just in front of that is a foam block. That's the 60 foot marker. Then with the next one along, the orange one, three-quarters of the way through the burnout pad is the 330 mark. Then the 594 and the 660, they make up our half-track timers. So sometimes we'll read out the speed and ET to those points. Then we've got the next set of ones is the 1,000 foot, and then of course into the finish line.
Really aggressive launch on that ute in the rocket lane there. I did pass that car on the way here this morning. It was on the trailer, and reasonable package. I think I did see a nitrous bottle in the bed of that ute. So yeah, manual car, not always the easiest thing to get away from the line. And then but yeah, it's definitely got some mile per hour there. 1192 at 137 mile per hour. So once they get that figured out off the line, there's a quick car there. Definitely a mid to low tens potential, I think, on that one.
Interesting colour on the Commodore in the rocket lane. It's more orange with some sort of pearl.
It's got a pearl, yeah. It actually, there was a colour in BA Falcon. It's called Mandarin. That was really similar to that. So it could be an aftermarket version of that, or just a custom colour. 1120 with a 7 at 121 mile per hour for the HQ in the Aeroflow lane to 1160 with a 1 at 120 mile per hour.
Yeah, nice light from the Monaro. 023 on the tree, which means the driver left 23 thousandths of a second after that green light came on. VK taking on the FG.
It's a very, very spicy NA motor in that VK by the sounds of things.
One 6 to the 60.
Falcon getting away a bit more cleanly this time compared to its last pass, which is good to see.
And 1119 with a 4, 120 mile an hour for the VK to a 1230 at 117 for the FG.
A nice late model F6 FG Falcon in the rocket lane, and another GC8. Again, another car that I actually drove past that I saw when I was on the way up here this morning, coming up the highway. GC8, bit of a show car sort of interior going on here.
Yeah, okay.
In this thing, but it's definitely got a little bit of power under the bonnet at the same time. 1960 foot, always good for a street WRX. It's going to cross through for a 13:05, 105. No time recorded in the rocket lane, though. I'm not sure what happened there with the Falcon. Bushy, that was the unmistakable sound of a pretty hypo RB. Pretty sure.
It sure was. That's why I sat up as soon as I heard it. Of course, this very nice R32 Skyline has competed here at Sydney Dragway a few times before, and also took part in the roll racing for the GDR festival that we had a couple of weeks ago.
There's no missing it with that colour as well, and the appropriate Hulk number plates.
Somewhat aggressive. Carbon
front end
on it as well.
Something not quite right with the car as well, the run being aborted down there, so a little bit of fluid possibly on the line.
1193 at 116 for the Tirana, I think it was.
Yeah, the G-Pack,
yep. Yeah, another clean example of...
very tidy old car, that one.
Of course, you can see our track officials out there just mopping a little bit of something off the start line, and also just checking out the rest of the lane.
And while we're just waiting for that little clean-up there, if you're here at the track, feel free to get up and go for a walk. Check out the car show that is being presented by Mazushi Car Club down in the pits. And also you can stop by and grab something to eat from our wonderful food vendors. We've got vendors up the top there. We've got wood-fired pizzas. We've got Go Nuts for Donuts. We've also got the cafeteria down in the pits area. so you can get around and grab something from there. I think there's a couple of vendors down with the car show as well, some die-cast models and whatnot. So check all that out. It's a great day here at Sydney Dragway.
That it is, Pat, and our track shop is also open at the top of the stairs.
Yes, for merch.
With all our track merch, if you want to take home a memento from the day.
Just quickly, Bushy, I think that's a great idea. And if you came out here without a jumper, even though the sun's out, it's a bit chilly. So grab yourself a hoodie or something like that from the merch pack. But I'm going to call it right now. Surprise package of the day, that Territory.
Okay. What do you know? You know something?
I just, I've seen a few quick Territories.
You're feeling it in your waters.
Feeling it in my waters, mate. Yeah. Nice launch from the Falcon in the Aeroflow lane, a 151 60 foot. That Territory has left the line at a 2.260. Falcon goes through for a 1043 at 128. 1264 at 113 mile per hour for the Territory. Now, I know that's not going to set the world on fire, but don't forget, folks, those things weigh about 2,200 kilos.
Yeah.
And there's effectively a brick going down the track as it gets a bit of speed on. So,
of course, we have seen the odd tuning shop have a bit of a tinker with those, and very much unassuming race car, really, when you think about it.
Here's an interesting matchup. So we've got the Chaser down here, the JZX110 Chaser in the Aeroflow lane with the JZ engine on board. And then in the Rocket lane, we have a B58 God, self-proclaimed, with Advent sponsorship on the side there. So this engine is what I'm calling the modern-day 2J. So let's see what sort of mile per hour it can unleash. The Chaser out with another nice launch, 169, 60 foot. Certainly the BMW a little bit slower on the 60 foot, but it's more to work on there. 1085 with a 1 at 134 mile per hour for the Chaser, and 1243 at 131 mile per hour.
I was going to say, looking at the launch, I thought the Chaser was going to be all over it.
Yeah.
But the BMW said, well, you know what?
Yep.
I'm here now.
Going to get there first.
You've got to catch me.
That's right.
Didn't quite get there.
Look, I'm sure there's a little bit more tuning and some figuring out to go on with the launch with the BMW there, but it's certainly got a lot of potential with 130 plus mile per hour.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Pat and I will just have a few short minutes break. We'll throw to our big screen for a few ads from some of our partnership sponsors here at the racetrack. We'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
I've chosen to use VP Racing Fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing Fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing Fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Bankshift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of Bankshift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
All right, so we're back with a bit of Holden versus Ford action down here. We've got the VY. Commodore in the Aeroflow lane gets out to a 176, 60 foot. Ah, the Falcon, the Sus 4 leader. Something's not gone 100% for him, unfortunately, down there. He pulls over to the right. I would suggest a seasoned racer down there. Very important, guys, if you are racing at the track and something's not quite right on the car, you've lost power or something, you feel like something's broken, just pull off the centre line of the racing surface. All of the other racers will appreciate it. They'll thank you for that, and the track officials will be your fan as well.
Yep, because obviously what it does is it stops the spreading of fluid and or bits.
Yes.
And it minimises the cleanup.
Exactly. And we're all here to make sure that the track is safe for everyone to head down, but we want it to be pretty consistent as well. So the sooner we can get running, the better.
We shouldn't be down for... Shouldn't be too far away. Here comes Wes on the quad.
Yep.
At a fairly decent speed.
Yeah. I say. He's got the quad wicked up today, mate. It's Sunday. Race for real, Sunday sessions. Got to get the quad firing. Certainly one of the best crews to ever do it out here at Sydney Dragway. These guys are Johnny on the spot normally, so I want to get everyone nice and safe, make sure everything's all good with the car and the driver, and then get them off the racing surface so we can get all cleaned up and get the next lot of cars passing down the track. We didn't even do the commentator's curse. We didn't say anything about that Falcon either, you know, so...
Wasn't us this
Can't
time.
blame us, yeah.
No.
Now, Benny.
Hopefully just a matter of hooking the car up and then towing it off the racing surface, and we'll be back underway. Our next two competitors are waiting eagerly to burn a little bit of rubber, obviously, in the burnout. And we hope for the driver of the Falcon that is marooned at around the 3:30 mark that repairs are...
Yeah, an easy fix.
Simple and cheap-ish to fix.
Easy fixes are always what we want there. Geez, Bushy, look at how many cars are out in the staging lanes. That's unreal.
And fantastic pre-entry list for today.
Yep.
And it looks like pretty much all of you have come out in force.
Yeah, certainly. Great turnout for the Mazushi Car Show. Great turnout for the racing. We've got I think it may be up to 15 stout burnout cars that are due to take the burnout pad at about 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yep, I believe a lot of them are what we class as pro cars as well. So typically with some sort of belt-driven boost supplying.
A boost device strapped to the top of it. Yeah, blowers, mate.
Yeah.
Got to get a blower out there.
I saw something on social media the other day. It was a photo someone's put together. They've got, I don't know if it was all their parts, but all these different rods and pistons that were all like in various deformed, deformed or broken state. Yep. Now, we all know that the burnout game is not particularly friendly to engine parts. Something to do with sitting on the limiter for 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah. Chucking the oil all sorts of angles around in the sump as well.
It's funny that the engines need oil to survive.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. Something you wouldn't necessarily put it in the lounge room unless you're a single, but definitely in the
very understanding wife. Well, certainly, you'd have a corner in the garage.
Definitely.
A wall in the garage that was the wall of fame.
Or maybe your office or something like that.
Yeah, something.
Well, like what's that saying, Pat? Is it rods or rims or something like that?
Rods or rims. Yeah. First of all, you got to be blown to be known. Apparently, so that's that's the starting factor, and then it's rods or rims, and then I don't know what you say when you got to put it back together again.
Yeah.
Rods out or get out. Come on. All right, so the good news is I can hear engines running.
Yes.
And we're about to do burnouts, so that means we're about to go racing again. And you guys don't have to just hear our voices. You can hear the sweet sounds of internal combustion.
Yeah, I was just going to say we timed our break wrong.
Yeah, that's right. Standard. All right, we've got the VH Commodore in the rocket lanes in full stage. We've got the XY Falcon in the Aeroflow lane. Green lights a go. The Falcon hikes the wheels up to the air and gets on down to 150, 60 foot, 184 for the Commodore in the rocket lane. The Falcon is going to head on through for a 10.907 at 119 mile per hour. Super consistent, 12.94 with an 8 at 104 for the Commodore in the rocket lane.
Next up we have Brian Addising in his Commodore taking on their supercharged V6 AMG Mercedes.
SLK 32, yeah. Yeah, certainly a rare thing. I haven't seen one for a long time. Because this first generation came out with the supercharged V6, and then the second generation was a 55. It was a 5.4 litre V8, non-supercharged. Recently saw one, actually, the second generation at Autotech Engineering down at Granville with the supercharger fitted to it.
Oh,
the
right.
5.4 supercharger made something like 480 kilowatts at the highs.
Yeah, wow.
Just a
One
death
best of
trap.
both worlds.
Yeah. It was, that was a scary car.
I think that some of that European sports car stuff is not badly priced. Although I'm very nervous about, like, in the second-hand market.
Yes. Yep.
I will be very nervous about buying something though, because I'm imagining that parts would just be, on the wrong side of expensive, and but I guess any car, there's always that.
I think the thing that you've got to remember is what they started out as.
Yes.
If the car was originally a $200,000 car, all of the parts that went into it were to suit a $200,000 car, right? Or just about. So even if you pick it up for 20 or 30K, 15 years later down the track, the brakes are still going to cost you, the brakes are still big old brakes.
Yes.
The engine's still a very advanced engine for its time. So certainly people can get caught out. Yeah, that's right. Just slap an LS in it, no problems at all. Yep. And drink the tears of all of the haters. I think certainly some people get caught out with that, when they're purchasing an older used European performance car. But if you're aware of it, and you've got the right contacts, and you put a priority on maintenance and making sure that everything's okay, it's still a really, really nice package.
It's a good thing I know a few people that work in European performance garages, don't I?
It's a bonus, mate.
I might have to call on that favour.
No shortage of those around here at Sydney Dragway these days.
But you'd be like, I know him, plus 20.
Yeah, that's right, Mates rates, which is, plus 30%, right?
Yeah. Got you figured out. Good run from the Commodore in the rocket lane. 11.55 with a 117 mile an hour to a 13.51 with a 6.98 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane there.
Did we figure out if that was a Chevelle or a Malibu, or we didn't check on the way back?
I did check, but I'm not brave enough to make the call.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'll keep my eyes peeled for when it comes back down the return road. All right, nice VK Commodore in the Aeroflow lane down here, and the VE Ute pulling into stage.
Yeah, nice launch from the VK. Out of there, running a little bit rich, probably on full throttle.
Just throwing some fuel at it down the track. What do we got? Low 11? 11.19 with a 9 at 132 mile per hour. Certainly more in that with the 60 foot.
Yep, it's like you've seen this before, Pat.
Yeah, maybe. All right, old versus new down here on the track. We've got a beautiful orange HQ in the Aeroflow lane, a 308 power on board, and the last of the great HSVs, the GTSR, in the rocket lane.
You don't see the old 308 in many cars nowadays.
No, certainly there's many many cars that were powered by a 308 have suffered the fate of the LS swap.
Yes.
308 still one of the best sounding V8s ever to be produced with the right exhaust system on it.
1304, 103 mile an hour for the HQ to an 1147 with the 4.
Dave's kicking himself down there. He just needs to crack into the 12s. It's knocking on the door of it with the HQ.
Just needs one of those little blue bottles.
Yeah. Maybe run down and tell him to take the air filter off it. This is the carby car, so...
You could get away with that today.
Yeah. Yeah, it's clear enough. It's not that windy. There's no speedway happening.
On the burnout pad, Pat, what do we got?
There we go, yep. My knowledge of early 70s muscle cars is not that good, but I'm going to call that a Chevelle. I think if anyone knows...
Yeah, just log into the stream and send us a message, please.
That's it.
Of course, Sydney Dragway official on YouTube.
Only on YouTube today. Facebook was not playing the game this morning, so if you are looking for the live stream, it is on YouTube.
Feel free to ask for a shout out. If you're here at the venue, we're more than happy to embarrass you or your friends or whatever it might be.
Definitely. Nice launch from the whole Newton, the rocket lane down there at 189, 60 foot. Nice and clean pass. It's going to cross the quarter mile mark at 11:37 with a 2 at 122 mile per hour. The Mustang in the Aeroflow lane, 14:29 with a 1 at 104 mile per hour.
Oh, I don't think we've seen this Club Sport run before, have we, Pat?
The GTS,
silver one.
me. How dare you simply call that a Club Sport, Bushy?
I could have said it was a Commodore. I know that they don't.
Well,
like
yeah,
that.
no,
That's the next level.
That's right, yeah.
Of hate mail right there.
The gentleman doesn't drive a Holden; he has a HSV. Back in many lives ago, when I worked for Ford and FPV owners were very much the same as well. They didn't drive a Ford F6; they drove an FPV F6 or a GT. It was an FPV GT. All right, the green Holden Ute leading the way in the Aeroflow lane at 177.60. Really nice launch from that. It's going to cross for a 10.67 with an 8 at 133 mile per hour. The GTS in the rocket lane at 12.66 with a 6 at 113 mile per hour.
I don't think this RX-7 down here is rotary powered.
Couldn't hear the rotary noise.
Didn't hear any sort of noise.
It may have suffered an LS swap too. How dare they? It's off. It is packing some power either way. It doesn't matter what it's powered by. 140 mile per hour to the 8th mile. 8.56 with a 4 at 178 mile per hour for that RX-7 in the rocket lane.
And that's with a 1.860 foot.
That's a 1.860 foot as well, and working the wheel the whole way down. I retract my previous statement of sleeper of the day as a territory. Let's
revise that.
Yeah, let's revise that. The RX-7's just taken that moniker.
Unfortunately, I'm guessing that we might not see that car back today.
No.
I can see our IHRA official is discreetly walking over to the return road.
Yeah, it's a one and done, I dare say, for the RX-7. So, yeah, look, depending on the year model and the time and the speed and whatnot, there are requirements.
Yes, and I'm all for cars going fast, but I also understand the safety requirements.
Yes.
And I don't know much about that car that just ran, obviously, but I dare say probably a little bit too fast for its current setup.
Yes. Yeah, well, I mean, judging by, if you go off year model, that car without a cage can only run down to a 1050.
Yep.
And 140 miles per hour without a chute.
Yeah, so he's just marginally quicker.
Just slightly quicker and faster at the same time. So,
what's 30 mile an hour?
Nah, it's fine. No problem. Yeah, it's all good. All right, so we've got McFry down here in the HZ in the Aeroflow lane, and I think...
It's a 180, isn't it?
No, S13, Sylvia.
Oh, yes, it is.
Lane has been here before. It's got a parachute on the back, so it's going to pack on some mile per hour in the back end. HZ is out with a 147. 60 foot. It's going to cross for a 10.08.3, 133. Nelson will be happy about that. S13, I think, down a little bit of power. Might have been a few pops and crackles as it was heading down.
Still good speed, though.
Yeah, 137 mile per hour. Still there. Just cleaning up the start line there, making sure it's safe for everyone. We're going to get these two kicking on the burnout pad. Really nice VY Club Sport and little dart. There's that silver RX-7. What a surprise out of that package. Yeah, he's going to have a word with the IHRA official there. Unfortunately, the vehicle has gone a bit too fast. No chute present.
Oh, wheels up launch from the...
for the Dodge.
The Dodge.
Should be a good race, actually.
He's out in front now, around at 1,000 foot, and a 986 with the 5. Yeah, so far the fastest car of the day is our silver RX-7.
Yep.
But I'm wondering if this HQ is going to better that. Has he been out before?
Yeah, ran a 9.0 earlier with a 115 mile per hour only.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So odds on, if he's in it for the entire pass, yeah, I think we might get a new king of the strip so far. Clean launch, 146, 60 foot. Still in it past the 8th mile.
Yep.
That's a full rip. That is an 843 with a 2 at 167 mile per hour. Certainly a bit more indicative of that pro-charged big block HQ down there. What a beautiful car and what a clean pass. So well done to the crew involved with that one. Great run. And we're back out with the bikes here. A real interesting mix, guys. So get your bets on.
Is this a chopper?
It's a chopper postie bike, maybe.
They were talking about before. Yeah, it's got the arms right up.
Yeah.
Very aggressive on the gear change.
A lot of wrist action happening.
Aeroflow lane just in front of 1,000. And gets there first. 17.49 with a 9.67 mile an hour to a 17.81 at 64.
It's the aero deficit, see, the high handlebars on the chopper.
Yes.
Slowed it down a little bit, maybe.
Well, I was just thinking that too with the HQ that we just saw. Ran a little bit quicker than the Mazda, I think, but the speed was down a little bit. I dare say that the Mazda a little bit more slippery through the air than
a little
HQ.
bit more slippy. Yeah, with some of these bikes, some of these posties and whatnot, and the Groms and monkey bikes and whatnot, I think they're not the fastest thing in the world. That goes without saying. That's fine. But I think a lot of the time they're actually still really close.
Yes.
So it's kind of like, you remember when you're a teenager and you're a bit of a delinquent, and you go to Macca's and you'd have a pickle race down the window.
I don't know.
You never did that?
No.
You ever throw the pickles off the cheeseburger at the glass and see which one got to the bottom first? Okay, so I was the only delinquent in the in the commentary box.
Oh, no. I wonder if Ben used to do that.
Oh, yeah, Betty probably knew as well.
Ben would have done.
That was a great way to pass some time. Still exciting. Wasn't fast, but it's still exciting. So get your bets on. This will be a good race. If the monkey gets off the line well, the green CT110 is going to have his hands full.
Now he's gone to seconds again.
Yep. First gear, it stays pretty well in shape. As soon as you grab second, it has a big jump out to the left.
How do you do this in work boots?
Well, look, posties used to ride in work boots.
Yeah.
So
what are we going to do now? They ride these electric three-wheel things.
The only thing you can hear when the postie comes is, whoa, that was a wheels up again for the green postie in the rocket lane. It's on. It's on like Donkey Kong. We got the monkey bike in the Aeroflow lane as they go to the 8th. The green CT110 still ahead by a margin.
Identical mile an hour at half track.
Identical mile per hour. The monkey's coming back. Oof, 17.70 with a 5 at 72 mile per hour for the monkey and 17.276 at 63. for the 110 in the Rocket Lane. See? Exciting.
Yeah,
Not the
it's
fastest
nice.
thing in the world, but exciting. How good.
Two very different combos running down the racetrack there.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, modern postie bikes, electric. The only thing you can hear is the bags and the bodyworks bouncing around as they go over the the sidewalk.
All right, looks like our Rocket Lane out in front at the moment. And we'll take the win. 19:45 with a 161 mile an hour. To a 20.9 second pass. Good 57 in the Aeroflow lane there. Lee in race control was telling me, we were talking about, mentioned the postie bikes this morning, and he used to do photography, and he was taking photos across the road here, and he said they had the Postie Bike Club were out doing circuit racing in the postie, and I'm trying to imagine how you go on a tyre that's only like, what, 3-4 inches wide.
Yeah.
How do you go laying it over?
Very gently, I would say. I think there'd be a lot of MotoGP style, you know, body off the bike, but the bike's still fairly upright, so to speak.
Yeah, you get your cornering from body weight rather than actually laying over.
Certainly.
Because the other thing is too, you need the horsepower to stand the thing up at the other end of the
well,
corner.
that's exactly right. Yeah, to not fall over as you're exiting the corner.
It's like doing drifting when you haven't got enough horsepower. It just bites and then it rolls over.
Clutch.
0.35 on the tree for our rider in the Aeroflow lane.
Let's see. I think this thing's run 13.3 today, pretty consistently. Let's see how he goes. 12.94 with a 5 and a 102. So definitely got it out of the hole a bit cleaner this time.
Very nice sounding bike in the Aeroflow lane rolling up to the start line now.
I think another R7 if the number plate's anything to go by.
Wish I had better eyesight.
Okay, Rocket Lane goes through to 13.058, 102, and Aeroflow Lane 13.793. 92 miles per hour. All right, got another Grom in the Aeroflow lane. I don't think this is exactly a fair fight.
No.
But Cherie Buggy back out in the Rocket Lane on, I think it's a GSX-R. Is that Cherie's Hayabusa? I don't think that's a Hayabusa looking at the back end of it.
Doesn't look Hayabusa-like, does
No.
it? Grom racer looking over it as she was doing a burnout going, he's probably wishing I could do that.
Clean launch from Cherie, 154, 60 foot. Grom racer is in full tuck mode, trying to get that aero advantage as it heads on down the track.
875 with the 4, 158 mile an hour for Cherie in the Rocket Lane there. And the Grom's still
12.25 in the 8th. You know, that would still be C Junior drag still.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Actually, there was a junior drag bike at the winners.
Oh, yeah.
I think got to this. No, I think in the final.
Yeah.
It was his mum's daily.
Legend.
So come Monday, because of course they don't have the public holiday up there like we do, the number plates went back on it.
Yeah.
Mum was off to work.
I hope she left the race numbers on. And the pass stickers and the scrutineering stickers. That would have been pretty cool.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. Just something a little bit different.
That's a new meaning to Mum, can I borrow you daily? I've got to go to the Winter Nationals, by the way.
I tell you what, there's pretty good fields up there for junior drag bike. They had 11 where we seem to get 4, maybe 5 here
4 or 5
for most of our events. But yeah, there was a couple of riders up there that really got their launch down pat. You know, they were up on the limit, and then leave and just a clean, no wheel spin, no wheel stand, no nothing.
Yeah, cool.
And I think that particular rider top qualified for the field, but again, the racing was pretty well contested.
Excellent.
And something like 42 junior dragsters as well.
Yeah, wow.
6 rounds of racing for that category.
The great thing about the juniors is, with the dragsters, certainly you can fit 6 or 8 in the back of a 5-ton Pantec truck.
Yes.
So, like if you sort of, you get together and you build a bit of a community within the races, you can sort of put all the cars together. So it's not as financially...
The travelling,
the travelling to get there.
Financially it's demanding.
Yeah.
We see the Speedflow team, there's 5 juniors
Yep.
in that, over two different families, but
Yep.
still there's 5 in that team. A lot of good racing went on there as well.
Absolutely. It's good to see the junior drag bike category gaining some momentum. So a bit of a slip off the launch there for the Rocket Lane.
Well, I think too the junior drag bike's probably a little bit more economical way to go racing.
Yep.
As I said, you can buy the bike and ride it on the road.
Yes,
if you
that's
wanted
right.
to.
Yep.
And I think the riding it on the road, you can get your Ps at 16, 9 months or something. So you could actually you could ride one on the road as your daily.
Yeah.
And still be eligible to race in junior.
Yeah, well, if you're brave enough, you could ride it to the track.
Yes.
You could ride 2 Winter Nationals.
Yes.
Race.
Yes.
Potentially win and ride home all on the same thing.
Yep.
Because the other bonus is you don't need, unlike these quite powerful bikes, you don't necessarily need a really sticky tyre or a drag racing specific tyre. It's basically a standard bike. You get yourself a Ninja 400 or something like that, or a 250 CBR, whatever it is. It's not a lot required, really. Just safety gear, and good maintenance, really. Yeah,
I can definitely see the advantages in going that style of racing. But,
yes,
I'm definitely a car guy myself, but I can see there's been quite a few. Actually, James Lodair, who won the what did he win? He won the finals from the Nitro Champs that were here. They ran earlier in the weekend because we didn't get to finish the event that we had here. He's won a championship in Junior Dragster, and then moved over to the bike. Yeah. So yeah, obviously just wanting a different challenge, I guess. And
that's right. And as we said, the benefit of the bike is you can ride it on the road. It's like, as much as you might be brave enough to take a Junior Dragster down to the shops, it's not. It's probably going to be frowned upon by most other road users and perhaps the authorities. So yeah, a really good option from an economical point of view, and just a level of entry. All right, so Angie on the Hayabusa in the Aeroflow lane.
Lot better run through this time around. Yes. And 11.15 with an 8, 125 mile an hour through the finish line. And a 15.12 at 87 mile an hour for our rider in the Rocket Lane there. Can you hear that Harley down there on the track mics?
I'm trying to figure out what
just lop, 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 idling away.
Oh, no, it's the 2-stroke Kawasaki. And
also,
and also our full leathered up postie bike is back. He's got a new chain on it, or repaired the other one. I think that's.
Am I the only one that's thinking that sounds like a Harley down there?
That's what we're hearing. Yeah, the lopey, lop, 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 lop. I think. I mean, I can't see anything else down there. All right, here we go. It's taking it easy on the chain this time, no burnout.
Actually, it must be the postie bike because he's now driven away.
Yeah.
And there's no more bikes down there.
Yeah, it's got to be.
That's very deceiving. No disrespect to the postie bike, but I probably should be ashamed of thinking, unless it's got a Harley motor in it. That's it.
Well, he's gotten away from the line cleanly this time, and I don't know what sort of motor is in it, but it's not a normal postie bike motor. That thing is going 82 miles per hour at the 8th mile half track. It's going to cross the line at a 13.29 at 93 miles per hour. That's probably a bit of an indicator as to why it sounds the way it does.
Yeah, maybe it's got a really early model Harley motor in it.
It's got the big bore kit.
It's been K-swapped.
Yeah.
It's all right. Just sort the chassis out, mate. That's all.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah.
And the
bit of bracing
and the 4-inch wide tire.
Yeah, it's a challenge. All right, so we've got the late model Z back out again.
I reckon if they're both going to stage on the rear wheels, let them go for it.
Yeah, go for it. No worries. There we go. All right, into stage correctly. Late model Z, GC8 wagon. Let's see, Z still a bit of a chattering. Just getting the car off the line is a bit of a battle there. No such issues with the WRX. No traction dramas there. Rocket Lane goes through 11.11 with a 6 at 134 mile per hour.
Wow.
Wow, it was packing it on the back half there. 13.72 with a 5 at 112 mile per hour for the Z in the Aeroflow lane.
It's unassumingly fast, that Subaru.
Yes. Yeah, it's certainly got some power when it needs it in the back end. All right, so we've got the little XF down here with the 250 Crossflow engine with the late model F6 in the Aeroflow lane.
I kind of feel that the old 250 Crossflow was overlooked in many ways for performance.
Yeah.
And what you could actually do to them. You know, a lot of people went the Holden 6 rather than the 250 Crossflow.
I think it was RPM. I think the issue was, with the 4-litre, with the stroke that it had, when you wanted to get them revving, there's a lot of.
But I guess when you've
got
the capacity, you don't need it to rev as much, do you?
Well, yeah, depending on gear ratios or available application, all that sort of thing. I mean, they really still make their peak power above 5,500 RPM,
which is all it can rev to.
Which is about as far as it wants to go to. So, once you back in the day, obviously changed the carbs and whatnot. Another great pass from the Mazda brothers down there.
Yep.
12.59 with a 3, 108 for Aeroflow, 12.69 with a 4 at 115 in the Rocket Lane. Yeah, I think the 250 definitely, it was probably just hampered by availability of parts, the machining and material options when it comes to cranks and things
I think
like
there were
that.
certainly people that toyed with them. There was
Yes.
a guy in South Australia that ran a TC Cortina, I think.
Yep.
Can't remember his name, and that was NA.
Yep.
Might have had a bit of nitrous, but it certainly wasn't turboed or supercharged.
Yes.
And he ran low 10s in that.
Yeah.
And that was a full body car.
Yeah.
And we're talking 30 years ago.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, definitely still a lot of potential, but I mean, you even just look at who turns up to these events. There's certainly, I would say, 9 times out of 10, there's more Holden product here than there is Ford product here. So, not to say that one's better than the other, but it just seems to be that the Holden product was more popular, so more people doing it, which means more experience in the drag racing scene, and that's what people sort of went for, I guess. Right, the little Audi out there just lapping all day, 177, 60 foot, 2.0 from the Commodore in the Rocket Lane. 12.05 with a 9 at 111 mile per hour for the Audi. 14.13 with a 5.96 in the Aeroflow lane. Right, HD Ute back out. Sounding pretty healthy. And the R33 sounding very healthy, getting on song down there on a limiter, as it were. Adrian Hodgson's his ears pricked up. R33 rear-wheel drive. That's it. Let's see if he can't get it up on the converter this time to leave the line. Oh, little red light from the HD Ute down there in the Aeroflow lane. Still going to get a time. 167, 60 foot. Yeah. R33 still just not quite getting the boost on board as it leaves the line. Still making good mile per hour as it goes down there. 11:34 at 134 mile per hour. So yeah, just a little bit of work to get it off the line a bit harder.
Yeah, it looks to be coming on boost around 60 foot, I reckon.
Yeah, yeah. Might need to
just a little blue bottle.
Yeah, a little bit of bottle, looser converter. Maybe needs to get the handbrake up while he's stalling it up if it wants to drive through the brakes, depending on... There's a whole bunch of different things. Right, so 300ZX, Disco Light 300ZX, we're going to nickname it, in the Aeroflow lane. Forester with the reaction time, comparatively.
Yeah, looks like the Forester will definitely get there first.
Yep.
14.7 with a 0. 96 mile an hour through the finish line. And the 300 is 16.36.
Bit of an aborted run, maybe. On the,
not sure what they would have run factory, Pat.
Yeah, I would say definitely more. That's a back off, judging by the mile per hour.
Yes.
I would say probably a factory would have been maybe a 15, stock as a rock, you know.
Yes, that's a good point, Ben, because they did also bring out NA and the twin turbo version as well. But then we never saw them as race cars here, did we? They never ran in the, to my knowledge, in the Australian Touring Car Championship like the...
There might have been some production car.
Yes.
You know, production car competitors and whatnot.
But not in the, I'll say,
not in
commerce professional racing like we saw with this R31 and R32 Skylines.
Correct, yeah.
They actually had factory backing and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
11:32, 121 mile an hour for the Civic.
Yep.
To a 16.0 for the CRV.
Yep, big. Yeah, you're right, Benny. That Civic would be a handful on the street. No doubt about it.
Mitsubishi Mirage down in the rocket lane. Taking on the BMW.
Bit of a couple of upgrades on the BMW by the sounds of things. I can hear some turbo noises happening down there. 335 goes through for a 13.58 with a 2 at 121 mile per hour, and little Mirage is going to make its way on down there at 1982 at 67. So again, you've got a P-plater down there in their, what I would say argue is probably their first car, and they're out here enjoying themselves and doing it in a safe and legal manner.
Yep, where they're not going to get hassled.
Nope. Nope, that's exactly right. Okay, so BA Falcon in the Aeroflow lane. We've got, looks like an M4 in the rocket lane. Let's see what it can get on down for. It's going to, looks like it's clicking through that DCT gearbox pretty quick down there. It's going to cross the line at 12.96 at 114 mile per hour. There's a bit of a wiggle sort of past the 60 foot and towards the 330 there, a bit of some traction issues, so see if they can't work on that.
I guess because Pat and I are talking in miles an hour, so just so you know, obviously the generational gap, or the generation of majority of people that are here today, would only know kilometres an hour. So
that's true.
Just for your reference, 100 mile an hour is near enough to 160 kilometres per hour.
Correct. And on the other end of the scale, 200 miles per hour is 320 kilometres an hour. So if you do see a number that is high in that 100 range heading towards the 2, like we saw earlier, 178 from the RX-7, that's heading towards, that's well over 200 kilometres an hour. So
moving.
Yeah, it's on its way. But it is a sort of a traditional thing here at drag racing with mile per hour. We do sometimes have the kilometres per hour as well, depending on the crowd and the event and what everyone thinks of. And a lot of people say, oh, we use kilometres per hour all the time and, on the road and all that sort of thing. But we also use centimetres and millimetres in measurements here in Australia, but wheels and tyres are still 18 inches or all that sort of thing. It's really odd.
Yeah. Just to confuse us all.
Just
you know,
confuse
really.
everyone. That's right.
So a simple calculation is the speed that we read out times by 1.6 on your phone will give you a near enough answer to what you're wanting.
Exactly. Right, so a couple of different hatches than we normally see out here. The Golf, we see plenty of Golfs, but it looks like a XR5 Focus. Yep, in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the XR5 here so far today.
I don't think so. No, the number plate does say sneaky, so he just snuck in under our nose.
Yep. Slept in and he's snuck in for some runs here this afternoon. Of course, getting close to 1 p.m. here. We will be going to burnouts, I believe, around 3 p.m.
Yep. So we've still got a good couple of hours of racing down here, which is good because those lanes are full. Right, XR5 with a nice reaction time there.
I have a feeling we have seen this car before on Wednesday nights.
Yep. It's getting on down there. It's keeping the Golf honest, that's for sure.
Yep, 13.89 at 99 mile an hour for the Golf in the rocket lane there.
14.31, not bad considering it's a manual as well. The Golf, I dare say, is the DSG option.
Our next pair on the start line, we got the Lancer in the Aeroflow lane, taking on a very clean Golf R.
Nicer launch for the Evo as opposed to previous attempts.
That's another. I've just offended another group of people.
What?
Because I think you're supposed to call them Evos. They're not Lancers.
It's not a Lancer.
Yes, Stu
How
got in
dare
trouble
you?
for that the other
Oh,
day.
my
He was
goodness.
talking to the owner of Ali from something auto.
Oh, Elite Auto House?
Yeah, Elite Auto House. He goes, no, it's not a
Lancer. Fair enough.
Whoopsie.
Fair enough. Ooh, burnout from the I-30N down there.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Where's our friend with the Yaris? Do you remember seeing that? There's a gentleman out here came a couple of times with a white Yaris.
Yep.
And absolutely hammered it in the back.
Handbrake on.
It was on our cover page for a little while. The track's cover page on Facebook.
Oh, great deal.
And then I mentioned it. I said, were you the guy? And he said, yep. And then he came out and did a monstrous burnout again. Yeah, good fun.
All right, 13.31 with a 702 mile per hour for the BMW in the Rocket lane. 14.186 at 102 for the I-30 in the Aeroflow lane. Yeah, I can see a giant intercooler in the front of that Focus as well. That's like he's just taken the door off his fridge, put in the front bar of that thing. That's huge. My goodness. All right, Nans VN got out with a 0.93 reaction time. Nice reaction time from the VN Commodore there in the Rocket lane. The VE SSV is going to lead the way across the line, a 14.0 at 103 and a 15.98 at 85 for the VN. Right, another aggressive launch for that Commodore Union, the Rocket lane. He's got the nitrous on board, and it is throwing itself down the big end of the track. 11.54 at 138 mile per hour. Again, the launch is the tricky bit there. 2.3 60 foot. Certainly fighting a little bit of traction issues down there, so wheel hop. But no doubt they'll get that figured out, and that will be heading towards the 10-second range, Bushy.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's one of those cars was leaving on the two-step. I guess that's the issue with the IRS rear end in those cars, isn't it? They tend to not transfer the power as well as a solid axle.
It's certainly a battle. You know, I had a few different things that I had to sort of make work with my car.
Do you still use the IRS, or you've gone?
No, it's 4-linked now.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's also an auto, which is generally a little bit easier
Yep.
on things. You know, the manual's usually a bit more aggressive getting it out there. But, you know, subframe mounts and, you know, different adjustable shocks and keeping the ride height quite high is a big thing with those IRS Commodores.
Yes.
If you run it really low, there's just no travel. And it wants to camber the wheels in, negative camber.
Yes.
So you end up with less
contact.
less contact patch.
Creating a bigger issue.
Makes it really tricky, yeah. All right, now we have seen this yellow BMW in the Aeroflow lane before here at Sydney Dragway. It does make quite a good amount of power, I believe, so it should be interesting to see what sort of time it can run, see if it can battle the traction difficulties with the level of power. I think it might be towards like well over 400 kilowatts. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it does make quite a significant amount of power.
He's on the launch control.
Yep. It's getting out of the hole pretty nicely. A 185 60 foot, which a late model BMW is not a light car, so good to see. Let's see, 108 mile per hour to the 8th. 1075 with a 3 at 137 mile per hour. So it's making some good power down there, that maniac yellow BMW.
Now, the scary thing is he probably had 3 gears left too.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be an 8-speed DCT, I think, that one. So, yeah.
Well, he was in second before 60.
Yep.
I heard the click.
It's a pretty short first gear, yeah. All right, so we've got another... We are seeing quite a few BMWs out here, which is good. It's good to see, you know, a bit of variation in the scene.
Well, they're a driver's car, are they not?
It's the ultimate driving machine.
Pleasure machine? What was this? No, driving pleasure. Driving pleasure.
Driving pleasure.
I'm trying to think of the advert.
I think it's the ultimate driving machine. Is from memory.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen an ad for BMW.
Yeah, they've gone away from that. They're all green and, you know, electric and this and that. Let's not go there.
No.
Yeah. They still make quick cars. 1153 with a 120 mile per hour for the Commodore versus a 1380 at 119 mile per hour for the BMW there. So there's a bit of an issue on the launch with that BMW, I think.
This Green Falcon, strong burnouts, but I don't think it's done a representative pass.
Yes.
ET was. The Tirana is into the high 10s, I think.
Yep.
Just lifting that left front. You hear the rear tyre.
Oof. Makes me feel bad for axles and driveline when I hear that sound.
That's mechanical sympathy, that is.
Yep.
And it sounds like the Tirana out of the throttle there, definitely. 1276 with an 880, 83 mile an hour. And an unrepresentative 16.0 for the Falcon, 58 mile an hour as well. But did seem to go a lot further down the racetrack there.
Yeah. I wonder maybe it's got like a bit of a fuel starvation issue or something like that.
Or is he just sleeping and going to
come out sandbagging,
on the
you
last run
reckon?
Like 80 at 400 mile an hour.
Yeah, the old Barra drivers, they're a bit of sandbaggers, I think, you know. All right, a bit of Barra on Barra crime heading down the track at the moment here, the Aeroflow lane. Got the better 60 foot. He's going to go through an 1187 to 119 mile per hour to the Rocket Lane 12206, 118 mile per hour. Beautiful early Falcon out here again with a very stout burnout. He's getting a little bit, throwing all sorts of shapes down the track there as it comes out of the burnout. And the potential sleeper territory back out here again. So see if they can't get that off the line a little bit quicker.
Just checking something on the racing surface right now. The early Falcon, very clean in the burnout. The sound of it.
Yeah, it's got a healthy combo. I wonder, probably a Cleveland or Windsor.
They would. I'd imagine they'd be Cleveland, but
could even be the combination, the Cleve all. Bit of both happening there. Either way, sounds good. It's going to be fast.
I'm just reading
on the live
comments
stream.
from our live stream.
Yeah.
Benny, our camera big screen operator, has gone to grab something to eat, so the viewers have realised that he's gone. So get your swear on while he's not there. Ben, you turn your back for a minute, mate, and like the substitute teacher, turn the back for a minute, and they're taking everything that they can. Come back to an empty classroom.
Yeah, an unattended chat room on a live stream is a dangerous thing, I think.
I'm sure he'll review the he'll review, so just be careful.
Yeah, look, I mean, Cliff's self-moderating there. He's suggesting that we should, but now he's telling himself that he couldn't do it. All right, we're back with the action. That Falcon is away, a 145 60 foot. The Territory's made a big improvement as well, 2-1. Falcon in the Aeroflow lane is going to cross through for a 10.33 with a 6, 128 miles per hour. The Territory a 12.60 at 113. All right, so we've got this interesting pairing up again. We've got the JZX 110 Chaser down here with a JZ motor. Sounds unreal. And then we've got the little BMW 2 Series with the B58 engine. For those that don't know, a B58 engine is a 3-litre twin-turbo combination out of the factory. Makes really good power and is very familiar. Ooh, bit of an issue with the launch control on the BMW there. But the JZX is out of the hole at 167, 60 foot, very consistent. Goes through for a 10.20 at 138 mile per hour. An improvement from the BMW, an 11.72 at 132 mile per hour. So judging by that mile per hour, anything north of 130 is generally plus 400 kilowatts.
Yes.
Or 600 horsepower. Getting it off the line has been a bit of a trick there, though. So the guys have got to figure out what's happening with the launch control system on that one.
Because their driveline's usually pretty good, isn't it, the BMW stuff?
Yeah.
You don't normally see their driveline issues. Obviously, there's a limit to that.
Yes.
But, but their driveline seems to be fairly
surprisingly strong.
Strong for the car that it is.
Yeah. The that generation is a DCT gearbox, so twin clutch. But yeah, has been known to handle quite a bit of power. 800 plus horsepower with a stock box, no problem. And then the later generation has gone back to a traditional automatic, a ZF Auto, the 8-speed for that one. But again, both very, very and 32 Hulk back out here at Sydney Dragway. That retina scorching green on the R32 GTR. Just double checking.
It's been nice to just sit on the start line there.
Yeah, just making sure that it's not dropping anything. So
had a lot of attention pretty much straight away. I don't know if Chris noticed something out of the water.
Unfortunately, it must be dropping some sort of fluid on the track, which is frustrating for the owner, of course. Nonetheless, we'll get it all tidied up.
Just local clean-up there. A little bit of thinners being sprayed onto or squeezed onto the racetrack and then just mopped up.
While all that's happening, nice little Subaru Forester has gotten out, but on the brakes early down there. It's run through for a 14.32 at 80 mile per hour. Yeah, never something that we want to do at Sydney Dragway is turn a car around and stop you from making a pass, but it's always in the interest of safety and making sure that everyone else can get down the track and yourself can get down the track safely and in one piece. So we'd rather pull you back from a pass, go and get it checked out, and maybe fix it if you can, and then come back out for another run.
Yeah, because of course, if judging by the burnout from that car, it's making a fairly substantial amount of horsepower, and it doesn't take much for for those sorts of cars making that sort of horsepower to have an issue very quickly.
Yeah.
Especially if there's a leaking fitting or something like that under pressure of acceleration and high RPM. Of course, everything's getting tested to its closer to its limits.
Even if it's a bit of a mist from a breather or something like that, you know, a bit of condensation, a bit of mist from a transmission breather or an engine breather, any kind of lubrication under the tyres when you're trying to put down X amount of horsepower is not conducive to a good time.
And the Commodore making its way to the Aeroflow lane, 17.083 miles an hour through the finish line. There it is, VK down there in the rocket lane. Very nice set of tyres under the back of it too, just quietly.
Good set of tyres. You can see the air cleaner hanging out through the reverse cowl bonnet scoop at the front end there, so it's got a nice big high ram intake manifold.
Yeah, so even the reverse cowl's not enough to hide
No.
what's underneath.
That's right. Nor would you want to. Right, both cars just coming into stage now. We'll see the tree drop and see if they can't go past. Oh, red light for the Ute, unfortunately, but still a good 60 foot. VK out at 157.60 down there. He's going to cross the line first. 11.04 at 121 to a 12.11 with a 9 at 115 mile per hour. Quite surprised actually, the 60 foot time of the VE Ute, much heavier car, still only a tenth behind the VK.
So, yeah, sometimes it's obviously just getting the converter right or getting the ratio right, or you know, if it's a manual, obviously the right amount of clutch slide, I suppose. You know, you're not
getting the foot dialed in, the left leg dialed in. We got Mr. Barra in the FG down there, goes through for a 12.28, 124 mile per hour. And the BMW in the rocket lane, 12.61 at 112.
Next up, the FG in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Eden Abella in the Holden utility. Turbocharged LS on board in this one.
Running some low 10-second passes today, so I think they've turned the wick up on this car compared to what I've seen it do previously. So hopefully, yeah, maybe you can push it a little bit harder and head towards that 9-second zone. You never know.
Just be page up, page up, page up.
Page up, page up. More boost. Oh, he's just pushed through the brakes on the launch there, unfortunately. But
still get a time, but he did pedal between the launch and the 60 foot.
Yeah.
Still 136 mile an hour through the top end. And our Falcon driver doing the right thing, pulling over to the side of the racetrack.
Yeah, not sure if something's gone wrong there or just not happy with how it's feeling, but yeah, certainly. It's going to make its way under its own power out through that early exit gate, just past the finish line there, which is all good. We'll just check the track, make sure it's okay. Here's this silver Ute that we saw before. Expect a decent burnout on this one once they're given the go-ahead. Not quite on form like the last one, to be honest. The maximum shine.
Maybe
Commodore
just
Ute
pegging
down
it
there.
back a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, both cars away pretty cleanly. Nice 163 60 foot from the VF R8 in the Aeroflow lane. It's going to be a close race, but I think the VF is leading the way about half a second. At 11.65 with a 3 at 118 mile per hour to a 12.18 at 114 in the rocket lane. A couple more generations of Commodores pulling up to the line here. We've got the VX SS in the Aeroflow lane. Suspect Racing out there, and we've got the VF GTS. LSA-powered HSV in the Rocket Lane.
Yes, very strong burnout from the GDS.
Stalled up. Clean launch. 179. I can hear that LSA blower winding away down there. It's going to lead the way down to the stripe at 10.98 with a 6 at 126 mile per hour. The owner is very happy about that. A 13.56 at 103 for the VX in the Aeroflow lane. Another enthusiastic burnout from Fat 6, the FG.
Now he knows he's not supposed to go past the center line, the start line in the burnout. He's made every millimetre of it count.
That's right.
Turning it 45 degrees sideways just to get a few more revolutions in.
Yeah, well, surprisingly, it didn't seem to hurt the launch either. Still a 1960 foot, which is pretty much where it's been all day.
The FC in the Aeroflow lane will run on through for 13.94 with a 1, but the Falcon 11.68 with a 1 at 121 mile an hour through the finish line.
Speaking of enthusiastic burnouts, right?
Yes.
King HG's back.
Yep. The HG away nicely, 1.56 to the 60. Ute keeping him very honest though, just quietly, 10.59 with a 3, 122 mile an hour through the finish line to an 11.44 with a 7 at 118 in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, the Commodore up against the Monte Carlo. Monte Carlo out in front, straight down the centre of the Rocket Lane. Runs on through for an 11.56 with a 1 at 1.15. To a 12.68 with a 5 at 1.16 for the Aeroflow lane. Bit of Ford versus Holden on the start line. Should be a pretty good run, actually. The Monaro in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the Falcon in the Rocket lane. Just lifting the both front wheels for the Falcon. I think the left front for the Monaro came up. The Falcon out in front at the moment and runs on through for a 10.97 with a 4, 119 mile an hour to a 10.96 with a 5. So the Monaro quicker there, 128 mile an hour, so a good 10 mile an hour more. HSV getting a little bit loose on the hit. 182 to the 60. Marginally quicker than the early Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. And HSV runs on through for an 11.08 with a 6. 128 mile an hour to a 12.96 with a 2 at 105. Strong RPM in the burnout from the VK. Taking on the Golf in the Rocket lane. Ooh. Wheel spin, I think, for the Commodore there. Ooh, might be other issues. Didn't want to shift into gear at half track. Rolls out of the throttle, 13.69 with a 3 at 106. Golf leaving the red light on the tree. Commodore in the Rocket lane. Doing a strong burnout. I think I walked past this car in the scrutineering lines this morning. Had a set of slicks on the back of it. So he's listening to Pat's advice. 164 to the 60. Straight down the centre. An 11.52 with an 8 at 117 for the Rocket Lane to a 13.6, 98 mile an hour in the Aeroflow. Chevelle getting all crossed up. The end of the burnout there. Taking on Brian Addising in the VY Commodore, beg your pardon. Brian's been pretty sedate today with the burnouts. $174 to the 60 for the Commodore. $214 for the big Chevy. And a 12.37 with a 7, 110 mile an hour for the Commodore to a 13.6 with an 8. Another VK taking on the HSV in the Rocket Lane. VK away nicely with a 2:04.60. Runs through for an 11.08 and 133 mile an hour, so making the horsepower at the top end. Pair of the last HSVs on the start line. I dare say a few dollars worth sitting on the Sydney Dragway start line right now. Probably should run fairly similar in ET. It'll be all about who gets the better launch, and at the moment it is the sedan stretching its legs over the utility right now, and runs on through for an 11.41, 121 miles an hour to a 12.46 with a 2 at 112 for the Ute. And the sedan away first, 161 to the 60. Although the Ute keeping him very honest at the finish line. Only 800ths in it at the finish. 11.13 with a 2, 123 mile an hour to a 10.82 with a 5 at 135 for the Ute. Chased him down at the big end. Pair of early Holdens on the start line. I think we've had this race already. McFry away first, brakes on at 3:30 mark though.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of limiter action. Something not 100% happy on McFry there. Unfortunately for Nelson, he's made plenty of passes. Hey, I can see the orange HQ there's gone through for a 12.95 at 103. So I believe the first 12 of the day for Dave in the orange HQ.
Maybe
there.
he's taking the air cleaner off.
Yeah, maybe he did take the air cleaner off. He might have heard me. Yeah, okay.
Yes, Ben, I was watching the live stream while you were gone. Oh, they know, I commented.
Yep.
Now, Cliff, you would have liked that. That's no punishment. Oh, and we've gone silent here at Sydney Dragway. Our track walkers are just checking out the Aeroflow lane. Ben seems to think there was the drive shaft or something similar hanging down below the McFry Holden.
As you mentioned earlier, Bushy, Nelson's always busy, and
Yep.
unfortunately, it looks like he might be a little bit more busy this week.
Well, I'm guessing that car would have a tail shaft loop.
Yeah, I guess so. So I think it's been running in the 10s today, hasn't it?
Yep.
So yeah.
probably got a spare.
Yeah. Between the several vehicles that,
Other cars.
that he's rotating through, the HZ burnout car, this one, and the Ute that he's got as well.
I guess I wonder if they'd all be the same. Some of the components would be interchangeable. That would be handy.
Yeah, well, you'd think so. I can't remember. Well, I don't know enough, I should say, between the differences of the Ute and the sedan in those HZ sort of models. Whether or not the wheelbase is the same, I'm not 100% sure.
Just while we check out the Aeroflow lane, we might throw to our big screen for a couple of words from some of our sponsors, and Pat and I will be back with you very, very shortly. Here, Aeroflow Race for Real Sunday sessions.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates, and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Aeroflow.
Told you we would be down for too long. Our next pairing about to leave the start line. Almost wheels up, I think, for the Falcon there in the Aeroflow lane. Chasing down the supercharged Mercedes in the Rocket lane. And the Mercedes holds on 13.02 with a 7.108 mile an hour through the finish line to an 11.13 at 120 mile an hour for the Falcon.
As you mentioned, a familiar face down here in the Rocket Lane, Bushy, Alicia Seal in her HQ. No stranger to Sydney Dragway whatsoever, and those of you that follow along with Street Machine Drag Challenge might be familiar with Alicia. She's won Drag Challenge, I think, 3 or 4 times in her category. Very, very consistent racer. No different today, 1.6, 60 foot through for an 11.14 at 121 mile per hour.
We've seen Ernest out here today?
No,
I don't think we have.
it's the first time we've seen Ernie.
He slept in well and truly.
Yeah.
Right, so this is Ernest Hudson in the Celica. Runs the 408 Cleveland on board, of course, with a little bit of nitrous. He's been trying to get this car down the racetrack. Done plenty of runs in this car, but recently switching to the nitrous and having all sorts of issues with the, seems to be ignition, either on the hit of the throttle or at the top end of the RPM range.
Unfortunately, he's had a bit of an issue just on the start line by the looks of things. We've got the track crew waving him off, and he must have been aware to it because the door's open.
Yes. So he was out on Wednesday night and had a big flash of flame out the carby at the head of the throttle.
Yeah, okay.
And then of late, all the issues he's been having seems to be top end of the RPM range, you know, so
right,
backfires and bits and pieces. And it must be a little bit discerning, obviously, when that happens.
Yeah, certainly. Getting your head around a new setup and figuring out the timing and fueling requirements. Of course, with the nitrous oxide, there's you need basically more of everything, just about, when it comes to fuel and air and whatnot. So certainly fuel. Should just mention, though, a nice pass from Adam Bowers in the HQ in the Aeroflow lane there. It was a 10-0 for that car. It's a very common competitor out here again. So good to see the regulars out here enjoying the Sunday session. We'll just get Eddie back in the car and backed off the racing surface.
Just looking at this Silvia down here, Pat. It's a pretty cool little setup. It's got the big diameter wheels on it too. I'd imagine getting slicks and tyres for that sort of size wheel probably a little bit limited in its range of selection.
Yeah, it certainly would be tricky. It's definitely got all the cage work and whatnot inside that Silvia at the same time, and there is a chute on the back, so we're expecting to see more than 140 mile per hour if we get a clean pass out of that car.
Yeah, certainly bar work aplenty in there. Keep your eyes on the dart though in the Aeroflow lane.
I can hear, I believe, the whine of a Pro Charger down there as well. So we've got that beautiful red HQ coming up. Okay, both cars in full stage. Let's see what they can reel off. Big hop from the dart in the Aeroflow lane. It gets out with a 16360 foot. A little bit slower for the Datsun, but it is putting a mile per hour on the back half. The Dodge will lead the way at 986, 141 to an 1114 at 142 mile per hour for the S13. So certainly some power on board. Just getting it down to the track's been the battle today. Nice, short, sharp, but aggressive burnout for the HQ here. Previously ran through an 840 at 168 miles per hour. Let's see if they can't improve on that. Whoa, big, big. Not something you like to see out here at Sydney Dragway. The car picked the front wheels up, shook the tyres, took a big turn to the right and did not want to go back to the left again, unfortunately. So hopefully driver all okay. Looks like it's still going to make its way down to the early exit point under its own power. But certainly not what we wanted to see here after running a really good time earlier today. I'm sure the... no, looks like it's moving all the way down to the end of the track. Yeah, real shame, but look, the crew is going to inspect the track and also meet up with that driver, make sure that the car and everything's okay. And we might throw to an ad just quickly while we get everything sorted, and we'll be back to the racing very shortly.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
I've chosen to use VP Racing Fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing Fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing Fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
Right, back with it here at the Aeroflow Sunday Sessions. Of course, partnering with the Mazushi Car Club and their fantastic car display happening down in the pits.
Absolutely, and they've brought a real range of their followers along,
Yes.
and you know, a real range of vehicles that are, might normally be on a bit of a community car cruise or a bit of a Saturday night meetup or something like that. They've come on down to Sydney Dragway. Don't have to worry about getting shooed away by the Karens.
What a fantastic day for it too, Pat.
Beautiful.
We've now got I can see only a handful of clouds here in what is an absolutely beautiful blue sky.
16 degrees, but full sun, no clouds, pretty low wind as well, I think. There's a bit of a breeze out there, but perfect for all those engines down there that love the cold air and a bit of warmth in the track. So no complaints whatsoever. It's easy for me to say. I'm inside. I don't know if it's cold outside or not, to be honest.
Well, I did notice our numbers person down there started the day in a t-shirt. He's now got a jacket on.
Yeah.
So I dare say it's probably a little bit cooler than what we think. But, he's in the shade down there. So.
All right, so we're back up to the motorcycles. Here, a huge range, as you can see. A couple of eclectic vehicles brought out to Aeroflow Race for Real Sunday Sessions with Mazushi Car Club. We've got the Postie Bike crew down here. A couple of modified CT110s down here in the burnout box here, so check it out. The fluoro green and the metallic purple CT110.
Oh, they're going to outdo each other.
Yeah, it's a bit of a burn off.
Sounded pretty decent at high RPM too.
Yeah.
They're not misfiring or anything. They're only a little single cylinder.
Yep. I think the green one gets the style points and the purple one gets the smoke points for the burnouts there. So
yeah, the green one was wiggling the hips quite ferociously, making sure all 4 inches of that tyre is optimally prepared.
We're off. The green one's out.
2.3 seconds to the 60.
I think I heard a misshift there.
Yeah, I think I did too.
We're on the speed limiter by the sounds of things. The top end there. It's a 1793 at 59 mile per hour in the Aeroflow lane to an 1812 at 64 mile per hour. The purple bike getting the top end. All right, a couple more CT110s on the line. Just waiting for the previous ones to get down. Off they go. Another close race here. Postie versus Postie. Mate versus mate. Still very close. There's there's about a tenth in it. Looks like, Rocket Lane is going to cross the line first at 19.32 at 62 mile per hour to a 19.80 at 60 miles per hour. Couple more modern options there, maybe some Groms by the looks of things. Popping the wheel on the in the Rocket Lane there. That's a 3.3 60 foot on the back wheel.
Yes, that's it. And the Aeroflow lane way out in front here. And runs on through for a 20.8 second pass, 57 miles an hour. To a 25.1 at 45 in the Rocket.
It's not often that we say way out in front and then it's followed by a 20.8 ET, to be honest.
No.
It must be fair to be said, but a few more CCs on board with this next pairing, I dare say. It's the Yamaha R7 in the Rocket Lane, leading the way on, I think it's a Honda CBR in the Aeroflow lane. Rocket Lane 13.03 with a 6 at 102 mile per hour to a 14.64 at 87. here's a little surprise package, Honda Monkey in the Rocket Lane. I think PB over 17 today.
Oh, it's rolled through the beam. All 3 inches of that tyre just wasn't big enough to stay in the staging beams. It's a little bit bigger than 3 inches, but you get what I'm saying.
It's going to make up for it at the big end.
Unfortunately, it's not going to time record it, though.
No.
Of course, the staging beam requires the wheel to sit no further forward than the guard beam, and it looks like that's which just rolled through just very, very slightly.
So when we're talking about the staging beams and the beams on the track there at the start line, you'll see on the Christmas tree there are 2 white lights that come on. At the very top of the tree, it's what's called the pre-stage beam, and then 6 inches forward of that is the full stage beam. So what that does is basically it gives you, as the driver, it gives you an indication of where you are in regards to the actual start line, so where you're going to trip the beam, the timers. But also it gives the starter down on the track the knowledge that you are in full stage, you are accepting the beams, and you're ready to make a pass. So once you've got both of those lights on, and if it's 2 people racing, just as we have here, both of the lanes need to be in full stage before the timer drops the tree. Now you can go into pre-stage, nothing will happen. Once you're in full stage, that means that you're ready to race. You can then creep slightly forward and go into what's termed as deep stage. So the pre-stage light will actually go out, and that means that you're right at the big end. You can see right now in the Rocket Lane, it'll just moved back a little bit.
Deep stage
there you go. Deep stage in the Aeroflow lane. Just crept forward a bit too much, unfortunately, has missed that one. So the problem when you go deep stage is it's technically going to make your racing distance shorter, and it's going to let you get out of the hole a little bit quicker.
Yep.
But you run the risk of, just as that rider did in the Aeroflow lane, rolling just a little bit too far forward and breaking that beam. And you'll leave a cherry on the tree, as they did, which means that your run is null and void. So part of this staging situation is safety. Part of this staging situation is strategy as well. Can be a bit of some mind games played on the starting line. But it's all part of the track. Obviously here on a race for real event, speed off the street style event, we're not really worried about, reaction times and things like that as far as, racing head to head. This is all for a bit of fun. But if it was a competition event, racing for a championship or something like that, then certainly all of those aspects come into play.
Next pair of bikes leaving the start line. 4:19 reaction time in the Aeroflow lane.
Bit of a stall, unfortunately, for the Kawasaki in the Rocket Lane. But check out this next pairing that's coming up, guys. If you haven't seen these guys today, the Chopper Vespa in the Rocket Lane is one thing, but this modified postie bike in the Aeroflow lane with the rider in the full leathers. He's not just making a joke by wearing full leathers on this postie bike, guys. That thing is really justifying it. So, bit of a surprise package. All right, in full stage. Whoa, big wheel stand from the Aeroflow lane.
Big wobble.
He's got the wobble. There's all sorts of shapes getting thrown down there in the Aeroflow lane. It's crossing the 8th mile at 73 miles per hour. It runs an ET of 15:45 at 68 mile per hour. So off the gas early in the big end. Still definitely one of the quicker posties here today by a margin. back into a couple of full-size bikes. They're the rider in the rocket lane with his hands full. First and second gear trying to lift the wheel there. He's going to go on through from 11.69 at 125 mile per hour and 14.13 at 94 in the Aeroflow lane. So a couple of regular competitors here in competition bike series coming up to the line now. Brett just easing his way in very methodically into full stage in the Aeroflow lane. He's got a .096 reaction time, a 1.61 60 foot. He's going to lead the way on down. Across the line for a 10.02 with a 3 at 135 mile per hour to Rocket Lane, a 10.41 with a 9 at 143. So again, super consistent from Brett in the Aeroflow lane there. Right, so another couple of competitors here, notably Cherie Buggy in the Rocket Lane on the Hayabusa. Support from 666 Racing Customs with her combination today. She's had a nice consistent day so far. Whoa, big wheel stand for Cherie in the Rocket Lane. Still runs a 1.6 60 foot. She's going to finish off that pass strong at 9.45 with an 8 at 155 mile per hour. Aeroflow lane 11.04 at 129. Right, Chris Hocking in the Aeroflow lane in this beautiful Aprilia RSV4 RF street bike, and Angie Phipps Hunt in the Rocket Lane. She's usually out here on GSXR 1000, but she's got the big Hayabusa here today, so learning her way around this bike. A new combination for her. Just a slight red light, unfortunately, for Angie, but she's going to go through and make a full pass. Looks like Chris may have had a misshift down there in the Aeroflow lane. Angie goes through for a 10.90 with a 1 at 138 mile per hour and a boarded pass for the Aprilia, 13.69, 61 miles per hour. Right, so a couple of Harleys up at the line now. The rider in the Rocket Lane has cut a really nice reaction time. I think it was a .03 last pass, Bushy, if I remember correctly.
It was an 0.23.
0.23. There you go.
Sorry to be a bit vague
No,
there.
that's
Pat,
all right.
I was just trying to get our good friend of yours and mine, Rusty, to spend some of his hard-earned on his kids.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Because we both came out of junior dragsers, and he made the comment the other day about maybe wanting to get one for his kids.
Uh-huh.
And my mum, who's always on Marketplace,
Yeah.
just sent me one. I think more so that it's in the suburb that I live in.
Uh-huh.
So I was like, well, check this out, Rusty.
Yep.
Get in
The old Marketplace strikes again, eh?
Yep.
Well, you know, what else are you going to do with the money, mate? You going to take it with you? You might as well spend it. Let your kids have some fun. Go racing.
Well, they're not my kids. I'm
No,
trying to get
for
Rusty to
Rusty.
spend
I'm
his
talking about
money.
Rusty. I'm talking about Rusty. But you can certainly be the advocate.
Oh,
Bushy.
I'm really good at getting people to spend their money.
Yeah. That's the way to do it. Wally Hoster right on the centre line there. It looks like he's just going to get away with it.
Yeah, he rolled out of the throttle there.
Certainly did. 9.46 at 133 mile per hour. That bike's been running in the 150 mile per hour range, so give you an idea of how he backed out of it to save crossing the centre line. Nice ride job, Wally. All right, as we get back into our four-wheel competitors here today at Sydney Dragway, Aeroflow Race for Real Sunday sessions in partnership with Mazushi Car Club. We've put on a cracker day for you today, folks. So thanks for getting down and supporting Sydney Dragway and Mazushi together in this partnership that hopefully we can replicate going forward. We've got a great car show down the pits. We've got some great drag racing going on here. As you can see, this WRX wagon has just gone through from 11.27 at 131 mile per hour, leading away from the modern Nissan Z 12.89 with a 9 at 113 mile per hour. Certainly a better run for the Z that time.
Yeah, that Subi's manually shifted. Can you imagine it with a sequential?
Oh, it would be well in the tens, yeah.
I'm not knocking the driver's ability to shift through the gears.
No, it's just
definitely doing a good job there.
Just a reality, yeah.
Not like me. If I was going to race today, Pat, and I'm sure there would have been at least one run, I'd do second to fifth. At least one.
As long as you don't get the money shift, mate, and go 1-2-1. That's the important thing. All right, nice launch for the Falcon in the rocket lane. RX-7 with the steady approach. Looks like it's certainly backed off a little bit down there. The RX-7 not real happy today. The Falcon goes for 11.41, 126 mile per hour, and non-representative 18.97 at 66 for the FD in the Aeroflow lane. XC Falcon out with a 1.6, 60 foot time. Oh, red light, unfortunately, for the little Mazda wagon. Must have just rolled through. Falcon going through for an 11.91 at 108 miles per hour. And we won't get a time for the Mazda, unfortunately. Too much of a red light there. The little Audi RS3 hatch in the rocket lane has made plenty of passes today. In the 1170 range from memory. So let's see if they can't figure something out to get it to improve that. Pretty good reaction time, 119. Nothing to sneeze at for a street car. 174, 60 foot. Car's going to carry on down to the quarter mile at 11.81 with an 113 mile per hour. The 86 in the Aeroflow lane, a 16.38 at 87 miles per hour. Okay, so a bit of a different combination coming up here. We've got what looks like an R32 Golf, Mark V Golf, with the VR6 engine and a VY Commodore. I think the number plate says 16 PSI, so I wonder if that's how much boost is running through a supercharged combination. Gets away cleanly with a 2.160 foot in the rocket lane, 2.2 in the Aeroflow lane. The Commodore is going to lead the way all the way home. 14.15 at 94 mile per hour to a 16.69 at 86 mile per hour for the Golf. Okay, so we've got this 300ZX down here in the Aeroflow lane. I did note earlier it's got a set of radial tyres fitted, so interested to see what sort of numbers it can produce. And I think it's a Mark 7 Golf in the rocket lane, has been nice and consistent out here today. Bit of a rough launch for the 300ZX, but he's gathered it up and he's getting it straight down the track now. The Golf R is making chase. A 1.7 60 foot, which is nice for the Golf. 300ZX gets to the stripe first with a 13.31 at 113 mile per hour, 11.63 at 115. Again, very consistent for the Golf R in the rocket lane there. Got to be happy with that package. Here's one we haven't seen today, a GR Yaris by the looks of things. Extremely popular little platform that's emerged in the last sort of 12 to 18 months, I would say, here in Australia, with lots of people jumping on board the development wagon there. A little 3-cylinder turbocharged all-wheel drive combination. So we'll see what it's got for this Evo in the Aeroflow lane, which has been running pretty consistently today. Okay, both out of the whole well, 189 60 foot for the Yaris. So I would say there's a couple of mods under the bonnet of that little car as it heads on down. It's going to be close, but Evo might pip it. Yeah, 13.27, 113 to a 13.42 at 102 mile per hour for the Yaris. It was falling off a little bit in the mile per hour at the big end, so nice little package. I recently saw, Benny, You showed me that photo earlier. Lamb speed, 1,000 brake horsepower out of one of those 3 cylinders. 880 something at the wheels. Insane. 3-cylinder. Yeah, Matchbox car, that's right. Great little package. All right, so we've got, I think it's a HT Holden Ute in the Aeroflow lane, gets a clean launch, and the BMW M4 in the Rocket lane, fighting the traction a little bit as well. It's going to edge out the Holden there by the looks of things. 12.59 at 115 mile per hour to a 12.26 at 109 for the Ute. Bit more Euro action here. A very enthusiastic burnout from the GTI Golf in the Aeroflow lane. Sydney Dragway is the place to do it if you're keen on doing a skid. We've got the, looks like an E92 335 BMW in the Rocket lane. A few styling mods going on there. Looks like a bit of a carbon wing on the back, diffuser. Get it going. The Golf is out with a 2.1 60 foot to a 2.4 from the BMW. Right, it's going to stay the same way. The Golf gets to the stripe first. 13.8 at 100 miles per hour and a 14.18 at 118 miles per hour for the BMW in the Rocket lane. So certainly a little bit to work on with the launch for the BMW there, but it's got some improvements to be had. All right, so here on the line we have 2 white European models, both hatches, and both have the number plates sneaky. Are these guys mates? Does anyone in the crowd know that these guys know each other? Or is it just a coincidence that we've got 2 white hatches, both with the number plate sneaky? One is 5N34KY, and the other one is, I think, SN34KY. That's pretty cool. Might be boring, but I like it. The Focus just getting some instructions from the track official there. All right, actually pretty close. 260 foot from each car as they're going down the track here. Looks like the Focus is going to stretch its legs a little bit over the BMW on its way down. It's going to get onto a sneaky 14.02 at 101 mile per hour for a 14.71 at 95 in the Aeroflow lane. All right, that is the sound of our people. An RB on limiter. I was just touching it this time, not exactly hard up against it like the last couple of burnouts, but let's see if this R33 can't get down this track nicely. I've been struggling getting it on boost at the line here, but let's see if we can give it a go this time. I can see the little BMW 135i in the left lane is away. R33 building some boost. It's got some more on board this time. Turns the tyres slightly, but a 1.860 foot's a lot better to last time. He's going to let it eat out the back end here, see if he can't get a nice ET. A 14.43 for the BMW to an 11.32 at 1.26 for the R33 in the Rocket lane. Definitely much better off the line. Running on to our next pairing here. We've got the Mitsubishi Mirage in the Aeroflow lane and the Subaru Forester in the Rocket lane. Can't see if it's a turbo model or not. It's definitely got the big exhaust on it. Yeah, it looks like, judging by the launch, it's a turbo Forester down there. It's getting on down the track pretty nicely. It's going to cross the line for a 13.90 at 99 mile per hour. And the Mirage is going to come through at 19.145 at 71 mile per hour in the Aeroflow lane there. Another enthusiastic burnout from the BA Falcon down here, as has been the case all day for that particular racer. Speaking of burnouts, at 3 o'clock we are due to see 15 top-level burnout cars hit the burnout pad here at Sydney Dragway and get some noise and smoke happening for you guys out in the stands and watching live on YouTube on the live stream. So make sure you stick around. Once we finish up the drag racing at 3 o'clock, we're going to get some real burnout action out there and melt some tyres. Subaru Liberty crosses at 12.29 at 119 mile per hour. On that pass, the BA 17.25 at 82 mile per hour. We've got the increasingly popular i30N model in the Aeroflow lane here. It's got a couple of little mods on it. It's been running consistently all day. And then the classic Nans VN in the Rocket lane. I'm not just calling it Nans VN, that's the number plate on the back of it, by the way. He's out there representing the Mang Mangs. The i30 is certainly going to lead the way on this pass, a 13.77 at 102 mile per hour to a 16.0 at 85 in the Rocket lane. Falcon Ute heading off down the track in the Rocket lane there. So quite a few passes today. Goes through for a 14.17 at 101, and the GC8 WRX in the Aeroflow lane at 12.21 at 124 mile per hour. Big traction issue from the Falcon there. Really needs to get out of the throttle, I think. That's just done one big number one, pretty much through the halfway mark. Holy moly. There's yeah, a bit of a traction issue there for the Falcon in the Aeroflow lane. It's basically just drawn a big line from the left rear tyre. The ET reflects that as well, 23.44. Not exactly the fastest way of getting down the track. Late model BMW in the left lane down here. I believe it could be an M4. Forgive me if I'm wrong. And we've got the Turbo Territory in the left lane. Much better launch from the Turbo Territory by the looks of things. It's going to keep everyone honest out there. The BMW is chasing down. A bit of a slow 60 foot. But Territory gets to the line first with a 12.48 at 114. The BMW with a 13.51 at 120 miles per hour. All right, here comes this combo again. We've got the JZX 100. JZ powered Toyota 4-door rear-wheel drive. It's got a nice turbo upgrade on there by the sounds of things. And then in the right lane, we've got the B58 powered BMW M240 by the looks of it. The BMW's been struggling with the launch. Let's see if they can't improve. Definitely a lot cleaner out of the hole. Still in the 2.2 range. But it's definitely going to be a big improvement for the BMW out there. The JZX 100 is giving chase a 157 60 foot. That's an improvement from the Toyota. 12.65 at 92 mile per hour. So they're backed off big time in the BMW, which is a shame. But a 10.59 at 135 miles per hour for the JZX 110. What a cracking car that is. I'm a big fan. I'm going to have to go down and have a look at that at the end of racing today if he's still around. The next pairing up, we've got the Commodore Wagon here in the Aeroflow lane and the Subaru Forester in the right lane. It's gotten out of the hole cleanly, a 2.160 foot. nothing to laugh at for the Subi there. It's going to lead the way home down to the big end, a 14.26 at 95 mile per hour versus a 16.80 at 84 mile per hour for the Commodore wagon. So we've got the black Commodore Ute out here, which we know has got a lot of potential on board. It's a nitrous package. You can see LRS Racing on the rear window there. So I've been struggling with the launch. Bit of a tricky thing to get off the line in manual Ute with the IRS, but geez, once it gets going, it's certainly got plenty of power on board with that nitrous assistance. It's going to get through for 11.49 at 140. All right, Hulk R32 back at the line. Has he figured out those little gremlins that were plaguing it earlier? We had a bit of a fluid problem earlier on. Hopefully, all good to go. Looks like he's going to get the opportunity to make a pass, which is great. We've got the FD RX-7 in the Aeroflow lane. Oh, bit of a wiggle off the line. 32 Hulk gets off the line cleanly. He's going to get out. A 145 60 foot. It's going to make a full pass. Wow, that RX-7 is moving around all over the place in the big end of the track. Now, I don't know if the 32 had aborted that run because of what the RX-7 was doing, or it's had an issue further down the track there. But yeah, that was pretty hectic. An 11.24 for the RX-7 at the big end, and lots of movement right at the top of the track there. But the R32 possibly having a bit of an issue. It looks like it's making its way very slowly in the braking area there, which is a real shame. So, yeah, under power still, as you say, Benny, yeah. No, okay. All right, so whether they just, whether the driver aborted because you could see that RX-7 moving around quite a bit in the other lane, which is not a silly idea. Yeah, or maybe a bit of a limiting factor with the ECU possibly as well. Who knows? But everyone's safe and around the big end of the track, so we'll just check and make sure that everything's all clear. We've got the track walkers in the Aeroflow lane, just making sure that that RX-7 wasn't moving around because it was, you know, tripping up on its own fluids or something, something like that. Right, stout VK Commodore back down here with a healthy burnout. Got the GC8 WRX in the left lane. Plenty of RPM on board with the VK. Gets out to a 156 60 foot. Pretty healthy pass to the 8th mile so far. It's going to run on through the quarter mile at a 10.69 with a 6 at 126 miles per hour. The Subaru in the Aeroflow lane, 13.74 at 105. Okay, this Audi S5, I believe it is, in the Aeroflow lane, has been making pass after pass today. Super consistent. And also we've got Eden Abella in the Rocket lane in the Turbo VZ Ute, VY Ute. Pushed through the brakes before when it was spooling up, so let's hope he can keep it held back. It's running in the low 10-second range. Yo, yep, just turned the tyres a little bit off the line. Audi getting out for a nice 1.8, 60 foot. Eden's going to head on down, make a full pass under power. It's going to run a 10.99 at 135 to a 12.15 at 113 miles per hour for the Audi. That's a bit more of a burnout that we were expecting from the Maximum Shine Ute there. He went a bit shy in the second pass, but he's back into it. Now he's back in the Aeroflow lane. Look at this beautiful VF R8 in the Rocket lane, both in full stage. Nice clean launch from both cars, 184 and a 166 for the VF. Not easy to get that big heavy car off the line quickly. Certainly on his way through. 11.40 at 129 mile per hour to a 12.31 at 113 miles per hour.
A strong burnout from the utility in the Rocket lane, Pat.
He hasn't been shy at all today.
Nope.
The Black V Ute.
I wonder if he's got a line lock there, just the way it was going left to right without actually moving forward.
Yeah,
it's
I
a
don't
little bit unusual.
Maybe the old close peg on the rear brake line, you reckon?
Well, yes, I have. I don't know about a closed peg. That's a pretty substantial closed peg.
Brake line peg, probably.
Or the crude vice grips.
Vice grips, yep. Whatever makes it happen, mate.
Whatever works. Yeah, not suggesting you try that through scrutineering.
No, don't do that. All right, 164, 60 foot for that Commodore in the Rocket lane, which is a pretty nice pass, a 12.13 to 115. Left a cherry on the tree, but that's all right. 13.44 at 103 in the Aeroflow lane.
Lots of pedals in the burnout for the Aeroflow lane. HSV taking on the Commodore in the Rocket lane there.
Nice launch there. The Aeroflow lane at 158, 60 foot. 172 in the Rocket lane. 1076 and 128 mile per hour for the VF in the Aeroflow lane at 1117 at 122 for the Rocket lane.
HSV was chasing down, just ran out of real estate right at the end, only 0.08 of a second across the finish line. Big Chevy pointing towards the scoreboards there, bobbing the front up off the start line, and the Monaro, I think, out in front. Yes, it's moment, and I think it will stay that way. 10.85 with a 9, 128 mile an hour to an 11.52 at 116.
Another extremely enthusiastic burnout from this white F6. He's been out here all day using every last inch of the start.
He's going into stage with the opposite lock.
Yeah. Definitely hasn't helped him on the launch this time. He's coming off the line. Probably needs to back out of that because it's going to get all sorts of out of shape further down the track, just like that. Yeah. Sometimes you like to say that you've done a half-track burnout, but not when you end up pointing towards the wall. 12.19 at 111 mile per hour for the VK in the Rocket lane, and 18.34 for the F6.
And me personally, a half-track burnout is like when you're old school Victor Bray and John Zappa,
yes,
and you've got actual plumes of
smoke coming
plumes
out,
of smoke, and then you've got to roll through the finish line before you stop, and then you roll back at a 400 mile an hour.
Yes.
So your backup person doesn't have to run all the way down there.
Yeah.
I miss that side of.
Yeah. Close race here for these two Barra-powered Falcons, actually really closely matched. Yeah, 11.63 at 126 to an 11.68 at 126. So that's a great pairing there.
Yeah, only 600s across the finish line.
We've still got enough time in drag racing today to get those back through for another pair. I'm sure there can be some bragging rights available for those two. All right, so late model versus early model Commodore here at Sydney Dragway. The VH is out, cutting a decent light, 189 60 foot. The VE is going to try and chase it down, but I don't think the LS-powered VE is going to chase down that Iron Lion 308 VH. 13.0 at 104 mile per hour versus a 13.7 at 103. A smoky burnout from the VY here in the Rocket Lane. We've got this nice little tough 59 FC Holden. Been making consistent passes all day. Bit of old school style here for your Sunday at Aeroflow Race for Real Sunday sessions.
It's been a fantastic day for all of our competitors. They've gone away with a fistful of time cards.
Yep.
Hopefully made some friends along the way and made some plans for the next step with their car, of course.
Certainly.
Always the way when the drag racing bug bites. There's always something you want to do.
Yep.
13.35 with a 102 mile an hour for the FC to an 11.56 there for the Rocket Lane.
Good to see another P-plater out here taking advantage of the controlled and safe conditions here at Sydney Dragway, being able to get away from a green light, holding their foot flat to the floor, not have to worrying about red and blues flashing in the rear vision mirror. It's a great idea for all younger drivers and new drivers to get out here and really feel what their car can do without the risk of breaking the law or getting a fine or something like that. They can do it as many times as they can. Nice pass there from the VF GDSR, 11.35 at 121 mile per hour to a 14.08 at 105 for the Golf in the Aeroflow lane.
Just looking at this red Commodore down here, Pat, the wheels are very far inboard on it. I'm wondering if it's been like mini-tubbed or something along those lines. It's not something you normally see very much in the later model Commodores, especially with street registration on them.
You're right, mate. I don't think it's got a falling in the back of it, just judging by the way that the car sits and the way it comes off the line. It doesn't sort of lift the back. So, yeah, possibly a bit of mini-tubbing going on to get some big old rubber in the back. Whatever he's done, it's working well. It's a naturally aspirated engine. It's running 11.14 at 122 mile per hour. So it's all working. Right, let's see if this S13 can't get out of the hole a little bit quicker this time. We know it's got the mile per hour on board. It ran 142 mile per hour last time, which is plenty for a 9-second pass, realistically. So let's see if he can't get the short track figured out. Still struggling with a bit of wheel spin in the early gears.
Didn't want to come alive at all on that pass, did it?
The Chevy goes through for a 13.48 at 100 mile per hour, and definitely not an indicative time of 19.72 for the S13. Could possibly had something expire on that run because it's still taking his time to get through the braking area. So we'll just hold our next competitors at the line there.
And a 1.20 reaction time. The better of the two for the Rocket Lane on that pass. That green ute will get there first. 10.45 with a 137 mile an hour to a 13.56 at 102.
So Yoni back out here, obviously figured out whatever that little fluid issue was.
What's that, Ben?
Last pass, so we'll get this Cleveland-powered, nitrous-assisted Toyota Celica. Not often you'll hear that combination.
No.
Anywhere, really, let alone drag racing.
Got a very decent set of tyres under the back, too. Nice, clean launch this time. Let's see what it can do. Hopefully he's cleared the misfire issues at the top end.
Yeah, still a little bit of a tickle at the top end there, but he's gone through an 8.55 at 157 is a bit more indicative of what what that package is capable of down there.
Yeah, it's probably one of the cleanest passes I've seen of that car with the nitrous on board.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of fluffy ignition, I guess I'd call it, at the big end, and then a couple of pats, but that could have been a rev limiter right at the end there. You could see a bit of a flash of flame out of the pipes right at the big end as he crossed the line. Track official just going to check to make sure that everything's all good in the big end there. It's always really important that, obviously we keep the short track nice and clean and safe for everyone when you're getting out of the hole when you're launching, but equally as important, and if not more so important, is the condition of the braking area at the top end of the track. So, generally you're talking skiddy front runner tyres and lightweight, low profile brakes with these cars, particularly the competition cars. So if they don't have a nice clean surface to slow down on, it's going to get a little messy.
Well, I think when we do, I can say the R word today because there's no chance of it going to come. I don't believe, and if it does, I'll be struck by lightning. All right. When we do get rain, the actual racing surface is easier to clean than the braking area because the rubber on the surface forms a seal effectively.
Yep.
And it's a smoother surface where the other end of the racetrack, A, is twice as long and B, is porous because it's just normal bitumen, right?
Yep.
So to clean anything off the braking area, people say, oh, it's just a braking area. It's actually harder to dry and clean down there than it is actually the quarter mile racing surface.
That's right.
Our bike race is out for yet another round of racing. They've also gone through with a fistful of, or they'll be heading home with a fistful of time cards as well.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't be disappointed with the amount of track time you've gotten today out here on this beautiful day. It's Sunday sessions.
These are actually pretty evenly matched, this pair of...
Yep, it's a close one. About 0.6.
Oh, 18 thousandths across the finish line.
That's pretty close. 20.4. Okay, here we go. What do we got? Is that a full size? Is that an R7 versus the Monkey?
Yeah, I think slightly unfair, this one.
When has that been a term that you've heard elsewhere? Is that an R7 versus a Monkey?
It's new to me. Put it that way.
New to me too, mate. Nice hit. Slightly better launch from a Monkey this time.
I don't blame you for having an average reaction time, just quietly. 13.04 with a 4.103 for the Rocket Lane to a 17.18, 73
miles per hour on that tiny little bike.
That's 115 odd kilometers, 120 kilometers an hour. Yeah, definitely not standard, I don't think.
All right, we're back to the Ape Hangers CT 110 in the Rocket Lane. right, so we've got a 1732 at 71 miles per hour in the Aeroflow lane to a 1754 at 68 miles per hour. Another close one there, 54 hundredths of a second difference across the line, so great race. Okay, Rocket Lane heads down for a 13.1 at 107 mile per hour to a 15.01 at 87 mile per hour in the Aeroflow lane. All right, a couple of clean passes down there. 11.96 at 111 mile per hour in the Rocket Lane, and a 12.46 for the Z800 and a 114 mile per hour in the Aeroflow lane. All right, we've got Elmo versus the H2 SX. Kawasaki's out. He's got that supercharger on board. Quick shifter, as you can see it firing through the gears, goes through for a 10.76 at 141 miles per hour. No slouch down there. Elmo is making his happy way down the Aeroflow lane, crosses through for an 18.99 at 64 miles per hour. Sheree Buggy back out on the Hayabusa 666 Racing Custom on board with her program. Got another Yamaha R7 in the Aeroflow lane. Certainly more accustomed to the circuit with the R7, but still more than welcome here at Sydney Dragway.
Clean launch there from Cherie in the rocket lane. 163 to the 60 and through the finish line, 894 with a 3, 158 miles an hour. To a 1382 with a 7, 94 mile an hour for our Aeroflow lane racer. Angela Phipps Hunt back again on the Hayabusa this time.
Certainly a bit of figuring out going on for Angie, I think, on the Hayabusa today. She's not doing the burnout. She's sort of, figuring out the launch and whatnot. So,
well, I think it's been a little while since she's been on this motorcycle. Definitely not the same as the 1000cc machine that she's been riding.
Yep. Nice and clean launch though this time from Angie.
2.1 seconds to the 60. And a 10.73 with a 6, 138 mile an hour. To a 13.62 at 102.
So you might be able to see that we've got the red lights on the tree out there, folks. We're not exactly sure here in the commentary box what the problem is, but we're going to assume that we're chasing a kangaroo or something of the like at the deep end of the track. Which, hey, it is Australia. These things do happen. Regularly. Yeah, that's right, Bushy. So bear with us, and we will be right back to the racing very shortly. We're going to throw off to a quick word from our sponsors.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Excellent timing, Ben. To a T. All right, our next pair of motorcycles on the start line.
This rider in the left lane has had their hands full with the front end of that bike, wanting to point towards the sky today. So let's see if we can tame it down a little bit and get through for a PB.
Gone into deep stage. Yeah, 210 reaction time. Oh,
there it goes again. Just wants to lift the front end of that bike as it gets on down there.
And the Rocket Lane will get their first pat. 10.87 with a 7, 132 mile an hour to an 11.35 with a 7 at 126.
Again, as we mentioned earlier, we've got some learner riders and newer riders out here on the bikes today at Sydney Dragway. Again, perfectly safe way to get the most out of your bike. Nothing like grabbing a fistful of throttle there and just keeping it tapped out as you click through the gears, not having to worry about any fines. So Aeroflow Lane goes through for a 15.55 at 90 miles per hour to a 16.26 at 80 miles per hour in the Rocket Lane. Kawasaki's ZX14 off in the Aeroflow Lane. Bit of an aborted start there for the Rocket Lane.
006 on the tree for the Aeroflow Lane, Pat. That's the best light of the day so far that I've seen. And unfortunately for our rider in the Rocket Lane, has stalled, I think, on the hit.
Here's our little Vespa / CT110 / Superbike down in the Rocket Lane again.
Gone a little gun shy after throwing the chain earlier, I must say.
Yeah.
Rocket Lane off in hot pursuit. It's 82 mile an hour at half track. The one in the other lane, 79 for the Aeroflow. Through the finish line, 97 miles an hour. Wow. 13.6 with an 8 for the Rocket Lane, the quicker of the two.
That is a spicy postie bike.
Yeah.
Yeah, on a little tyre like that, Pat, I think he can have that.
That's brave. That's brave. That's what that is.
There was a comment on the post earlier about confidence in confidence.
Yeah, that's right. Your cojones have cojones. If you're going to ride that thing.
It just needs the nitrous on there. Why not?
Yeah,
Where's the
why not?
nitrous?
Yeah. Maybe that's why it's so fast. Might
Maybe.
have a sneaky peat bottle somewhere hidden under the seat. Speaking of sneaky, you missed out earlier. They're coming through again. There's 2 white hatches here.
Yes.
Both European, both white, both hatchbacks. Both have the number plate sneaky.
How does that happen?
Yeah, one has a 5 for the S and the other one has S.
Ah, right. I see. Very clever.
Yeah. Very sneaky.
You're doing well to read the number plates, but I can see the number plate, but I can't read it. On a solo in the Aeroflow lane, a 995 with a 5, 135 mile an hour through the finish line. Goes 160 to the 60.
Right, let's see if the little Mazda can't improve his PB so far today. He's definitely got his hands full, as you mentioned, Bushy, rowing through this little 4-speed. Keeping the front wheels down, and I can only imagine just staying in the seat would be tricky. Up it goes, a 167, 60 foot. Let's pop the clutch on that thing. He's rolling the gears. And keeping his younger brother in the FD RX-7.
He's out in front at the moment. He gets there, 12.58 with a 7, 107 mile an hour to 13.1 with a 2, and 113 mile an hour for the RX-7. Does what the Mazda loses in height gain in the width? Surface, the
yeah,
frontal
I think
surface
so.
area is probably similar.
Yeah, that's right.
Another clean launch from the Audi, albeit with a red light, 026.
I think it's probably the 5th 178 60 foot I've seen that Audi run today. It's super consistent.
And runs on through for 12.52, 107 mile an hour. Oh, go the Golf.
Yeah. Yeah, he was rather enthusiastic with that burnout last time as well.
Oh, is this because it's got the professional plate up in the top?
It's exactly right.
Yeah,
He's
I
a
see.
professional
Yeah,
driver.
Yeah. More power to you, buddy. He had smoke coming off the front tyres right up to the start line, Ben.
Yeah.
That's no easy feat.
This little GR Yaris got out of the hole pretty quick last time down the track too, so nice little package. Yeah, 190 60 foot for the Yaris. Let's see if it can't stay in front of the Golf as it gets
Looks like
further
it's
down the track.
drawing away, I think. I thought the Golf was going to chase him down, but
No, 1365 with a 6 at 101 mile per hour for the Yaris, 1409 at 98 mile per hour for the Golf in the Rocket Lane. The BMW M4 in the Aeroflow lane. We've got the, looks like a Hyundai N model in the Rocket Lane. BMW leading the way home down here. He's going to go through for a 1336 at 115 mile per hour to a 1385 at 106 for the Hyundai. The Euro versus JDM matchup here, both in deep stage. The Forester out cleanly in the Rocket Lane.
slight heelers squeal of someone's tyres. I think it might have been the BMW.
Possibly, yeah. It's with a 2.8 60 foot. It doesn't get out of the hole cleanly, that BMW. Forester crosses through a 1356 with a 300 miles per hour, a 1386 at 116 mile per hour. Slight improvement for the BMW compared to the last pass.
Yeah, pair of BMWs about to face the starter. I do like these hatches, the rear-wheel drive. Or assume are they still rear-wheel drive?
Yeah, still
Yes.
rear-wheel drive. Yeah, I think it's either going to be a 135 or a 140, depending on the year model. That one there, but this Liberty in the left lane is no slouch either. I think it ran at 1220 last time.
Yeah,
out,
wow.
So definitely some mods going on under the bonnet there.
I think he might have stalled it, but he didn't start the timers. He didn't move forward, so
Yeah.
he's still going to get a representative time here.
Get away with it. It's an aggressive launch with a bit of wheel spin there. I'm sure his CV joints are loving him right now.
Yes.
Goes through for a 12.51 at 117 miles per hour. The BMW is a 13.75 at 100. Here's the sneaky pair. Sneaky BMW in the Aeroflow lane. Sneaky XR5 Focus in the Rocket lane.
I wonder if they're friends or if it's just a
It's got to be, right?
a coincidence.
It's got to be. They've got to be mates.
Who knows? It'd be uncanny if it was a complete coincidence.
Yeah, I feel like it could be like one of that scene out of Step Brothers when they're like, "Did we just become best friends?" Yep. Do you have a white hatch? I've got a white hatch. Do you have sneaky number plates? A sneaky number plate.
Pull the BMW away first. Oh no, he wasn't. Looked like he was.
Pretty close.
Yes,
yeah.
he's pretty close.
The XR5 seems to have a bit more horsepower on the top end, so
he's got that extra cylinder, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's right. 5-cylinder. Yeah.
14.07 with a 100 mile an hour neat across the finish line for the Rocket Lane, and a 15.71, 83 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane for the Golf.
All right, looks like the GC8 wagon means business on this pass. We're going for a bit of a dry hop launch.
Just looking at some of the condensation out of the pipes, I don't know if it's very warm outside there.
No, I don't think it is, mate, to be honest. I mean, it's saying 16 degrees out there air temperature, but I think in the shade it might be a little bit cooler than that. So great for making power, not ideal for traction, but a 178.60 goes on to an 11.75 116 miles per hour for the Aeroflow lane, 14.20 at 100 mile per hour in the Rocket lane. Nice pass by the WRX there.
Ford versus Holden once again. The Pete Platter in the Rocket lane in the Holden.
Let's see if the White Falcon can't keep the single spinner under control this time. Looks like it's certainly got a lot more traction out of the hole compared to the last one. I don't know if you were in the room, Bushy, when that car ran, but it just basically drew a big number one to half track.
It wasn't 11, so there was a 1.
No, it was just a number 1. All right. Here's that cracking JZX 110. Back in the Aeroflow lane. A beautiful HQ Monaro in the Rocket lane.
So sort of the HQ, the sort of car you call past home, pick up the family or something and go out for a Sunday afternoon cruise or grab a coffee somewhere.
Well, the Chaser is something that you could cruise past home and pick up the family. It's a 4-door.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
Very much so.
All right, so 10.16 at 143 mile per hour. They got the wick turned up on the Chaser this time round. Really nice pass. I hope that car's still hanging around when I go downstairs after we finish today.
What, the Chaser?
Yeah, I want to see what's under the bonnet. I'm really interested.
Well, keep your eye on the staging lines camera, and if he comes back into staging lines, just go. You take a mic down there and you can interview him.
What? I can do my best pocket rocket impression.
Yeah. We've got a wig over here for you.
Yeah, I did see the photos with the wig. There. All right, the Falcon in the Rocket lane out in front. Is going to run on through at the deep end there for a 12.56 at 115 mile per hour. Statesman in the Aeroflow lane, 14.22 at 100. This beautiful aqua green Monte Carlo up here in the Aeroflow lane. It's been making nice consistent passes all day. Eden Abella in the VY Turbo Ute in the Rocket lane. Much cleaner launch for Eden. Slight red light for the Monte Carlo, but Eden's out in a 158, 60 foot. Very nice. He's going to go through for a 10.03 at 137 mile per hour. He's knocking on the door of the 9s there. 11.54 with an 8, 115 mile per hour for Monte Carlo. If Eden can get that car into the 140s in the 60 foot, that is well into the 9s. So it's all about the 60 foot.
Is it just me, or I feel like the intensity's picked up at just a fraction in the last 20 minutes?
With the races?
Yeah, people trying to get that.
Yeah, everyone's really trying to push
last
for it.
pass in. 0.37 on the tree for Brian in the Commodore. The Monaro already around him at half track. And we'll run on through for 10.78 with a 9, 128 mile an hour to Brian's 12.38 with a 3 at 111.
Yeah, well, it's definitely, I think this will be the last pass for everyone as far as racing is concerned. Looks like we've got the burnout cars all lined up out there, getting ready to come out. We're due to start the burnouts at 3 o'clock. We've got Alicia Teal down here on the start line. She gets away a really nice 0.34 reaction time. That's what we're expecting from Alicia. There's plenty of experience here at Sydney Dragway. She's being chased by that late model VF, but it's not going to have enough to get her. 11.16 with a 2 at 121 mile per hour. Good mile per hour from Alicia's car there. To an 11.47 at 128 mile per hour in the Rocket Lane. Really nice passes coming through there. And it looks like that may be the last pass for drag racing today.
Yeah, it appears so. And look at you, fabulous crowd. You're all sitting behind the last of the yellow seats on the burnout pad. You've all well trained. Oh, are they? I couldn't see the flags. Yeah. Still credit to you.
Yeah, credit to you. Good deal. And as we said earlier, we've got the eastern side of the track open. So if you do want to watch the burnouts, which there's going to be some tough cars rolling out in just a minute. Yep. As you can see on the screen, we've got the burnout cars lined up in the staging lanes, ready to make their way down. We're just going to wait for the drag racing competitors to make their way back down the return road. But seeing as there is a little bit of a breeze, if you don't want to be right up close to the cars, and you want a bit more of a panoramic, scenic view of the burnout pad, you can sit on the eastern side there, over in the sun, on the grass or on the steps. But plenty of seats available over on the grandstand side, on the western side of the track. You can get up close and personal, not too close.
Yes.
But up close and personal with the burnouts.
But have you really witnessed a burnout if you go home not stinking like tires, like burning rubber?
No, I don't think you have, really. Yeah. If you're not a slight tinge of rubber carbon black on your face, you haven't been close enough to the burnouts, really.
Yep. Smelling of tyre smoke.
That's exactly right.
Some sort of fuel.
Yeah, going straight home and having your mum tell you to wash your clothes.
All right, so we shouldn't be too far away, as Pat said. Just the last of our drag racing competitors coming down the return road. We'll bring the burnout cars out across the pad. They'll do a U-E on the return road, and here comes the fire truck as well. And the ambulance. So we're going to be pretty much ready to rock as soon as these cars are out there.
Won't be far away at all, folks. Check out these burnout competitors as they come down the return road to head on the way out. And we're going to jump across to a couple of ads just for a couple of minutes while these guys get themselves sorted. We'll be right back with burnouts here at Sydney Dragway.
Up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles, and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
All right, here's the bit you've been waiting for, folks. Burnouts have started here at Sydney Dragway. Race for Real Sunday sessions brought to you by Aeroflow Performance. Give them a round of applause. Let's see those limiter fingers in the air. Plenty of burnouts coming your way. Oh, I've given him the commentator's curse. He stalled it just after the tip in. Let's get behind him. Let's see if he can't get it refired, guys. There she goes.
Yep. guessing the pad's probably a little bit sticky after last weekend. A little bit more rubber build up on it, I dare say.
Yeah, that's a good point. Bushy, we did have Brash and Nats out here last weekend. So a fair bit of pro burnout car level rubber out on the track there. So,
although that's sounding quite strong actually right at the moment.
That's pretty healthy, yeah.
Making full use of the pad so far.
Yeah, doing a decent steer job, I'll be honest. Pick those RPM back up. Got to get off the brake.
It's not too keen on the gear shift.
It's not liking the gear change, no. Got a bit of wheel speed on board now, though. Good amount of smoke out there.
I don't think this is his first rodeo.
No. No, he's had a couple of practice skids, I reckon, in the past.
Oh.
Nope, no. Didn't want that. Didn't want that gear change. Might be a bit of heat soak involved going on out there.
I think so. It's the ultimate test of mechanical strength, I guess.
Yeah.
Be wide open throttle for 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think we've got one tyre off by the looks of things, maybe.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's it. Put your hands together. Good showing from the Commodore driver on the skid pad.
Well, there it goes.
Whoop, yep.
So let the magic out.
Well, I think it's dropped all of it in one spot.
Yeah. Give them a round of applause, fellas, as they tow that red Commodore off. You gave it a good crack. That's a tough Gemini tipping in. Wow. There's some commitment there on display, guys.
Right into the corner as well.
Show how much you love it.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to need the 3-minute timer here.
No.
Unless he's got solid rubber tyres on.
Yeah, maybe some tractor tyres on there with plenty of rubber, mate. He's going to burn through these in no time. Oh, really loving the limiter up there.
We can't really see from up here.
No,
so we'll
no.
just look over to our cameras.
We'd love to be calling out the names of the cars that are out there as well, guys, but honestly, we can't see them from up in the commentary box. So. That's a big show up. Give them a round of applause, everyone in the crowd. There we go. Drives off onto power. All right, coming out next, check out the AU Falcon. Give it up. Oh, big speed on board. Oh,
Whoa.
Hey, good reaction.
Whoa.
Oh, hold it up there, fella. Oh, wow.
Came in with a commitment,
Yeah,
but
big
just gripped up. It didn't slide.
Yeah. I can see another one of those professional driving plates on the on this car, mate. So, you know,
That's
all
right.
for the effort.
Better to do it here than
Exactly
fast food
right.
chain's car park.
Yeah. Or an industrial zone in Mexico, perhaps.
He's certainly throwing it around. He's
throwing
not
it around.
scared to throw it around.
Not at all. The old single cam 4-litre is getting a workout. Bit of limiter action as well. A for effort.
Could have been too much in the wall, between the wall there and the front.
Plenty of whips. Ooh, getting real close to the tyre barrier. The barrier's on that side.
Potentially box himself in here. He might have to go for the reverse. Yeah.
Can he get enough? No. Can he get it around? Oh, I think he's going to get it around. I think he's going to get it around.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's why I'm sitting up here.
Yeah. AU Falcons, is there nothing that they can't do, Bushy?
Nothing,
I think
nothing at all.
nothing at
You've got another one coming up in 2 skids' time.
Oh, I'd be upset if there wasn't another one, to be honest. Big hook out there, big dip in, keep. Oh, just tags the wall with the rear end. Got it. He's put his mark on Sydney Dragway burnout pad. Looks like she's not really responding to the driver inputs anymore, so that might be the end of it. Give him a round of applause. It's a big effort from the driver in the AU Falcon down there, guys.
Just makes you wonder how much longer they can sustain the mechanical abuse.
Yeah. I always worry when they stop and they're stuck in the same spot, because usually not long after that, some sort of like liquids end up coming out of the car. We don't really want them to shut down completely, but he's giving it a good rev, mate.
I suppose better to do it there than in the pits when there's nobody around.
Yeah, exactly. Mate, that's what that burnout pad's for, is to get out there, leave it all on the line or all on the pad, as it were.
Or all on the ground.
On the ground, yeah. All out, rods out.
Yeah.
That's it. Give him some support, guys. He's left it all on the line. They're getting him out of there. He's going to have a bit of a repair job by the looks of things.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind betting the rear end's probably up against the body.
Yeah, maybe not exactly where it used to be. Yeah.
No, it's shifted left slightly to the right.
Yeah. Give him another round of applause, guys, as that AU gets off the burnout pad. Right, here we go. Back to it. Silver VS out here. Try and put on a show for you guys. Get those fingers in the air. See you. Good display of Ecotech power out there, Bushy.
Yep, it's not hitting the limiter either.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
I feel for anybody that's restoring a VN Commodore in the next... a VN to VT Commodore.
It's going to be slim pickings, maybe.
You just imagine walking through the wrecking yard and they'll see Ecotechs with rods out.
It's funny actually. I've seen a fair bit of recent development, like for turbo kits and you know, intake manifolds and stuff for the 3.8 litres.
Do they still use them in the US, maybe, or no?
No, well, there is like the old Buick Grand National and whatnot was the because there's a lot of 4.3 litre stroker kits available for them. So the Buick, that's where the first 3.8 came from in the VN, the Buick version, in that Grand National thing. And so a lot of people did a stroker kit for those because they were a turbo car out of the factory in the States. And I mean, there's still, you know, as much as we say, oh, there couldn't be many left out there, there's hundreds of thousands of V6 Commodores in Australia. You know, I think they sold 100,000 VNs.
Yes.
Just by themselves. So there's plenty out there still. So, you know, a lot of people might have one.
I mean, they've proven pretty popular on the burnout pads of Australia, and also they're using them in the wingless sprint cars, of course, the same power plant.
Yep.
I dare say that's claimed a few engine blocks and mechanicals as well, just quietly. But you know, they're not a bad engine in you know, relatively standard form for reliability.
Oh, there she goes. Let the magic out. Good job, mate. Give him a round of applause.
It's almost the analogy. It goes silent, and all of a sudden it's
Can't stand it no more. All right, I'll tell you what, Wes is going to be busy on the quad today. You're going to have to refuel the quad. Yeah. That's, no.
Look what's coming up next, Pat.
It is the pride of Australia, the AU Falcon. This one looks a bit more serious, though.
Yeah, it's got a couple of add-ons, this one.
Yeah. Lola? Lower. So
give me a round of applause,
give him a round of applause. Got the helmet out the window. High beams are still on. Turn them off so you don't get a flat battery. Good job, Ghetto. Here we go. So I think we've got Lola, the AU Falcon, coming out here with a serious tip in on board. Get the fingers in the air.
That doesn't sound like a Ford power plant, though, Pat.
No, I dare say that has succumbed to an LS swap by the sound of things.
Definitely, definitely sounds like a NLS.
And again, guys, if we get a call wrong about which car this is, or the name, or the power plant, or whatever, we're all the way up here in the tower, up in the commentary box, so we can't quite see them up close. But
just using our limited experience to say that doesn't sound like a 302.
That's it.
They don't normally bounce off the limiter like that.
No, Windsor's not a fan of the limiter like that. I don't think that is for sure a bit of crossbreeding happening there. He's not shy, that's for sure.
No.
I think I might have heard a tyre go.
Just the right amount of breeze at the moment to keep the pad clear so the drivers can see what they're doing. We can't see.
We can't see a thing.
We'll do the sneaky and watch the other cameras though,
Yeah.
just quietly.
He's definitely using all of the pad out there available to him. What's he doing? Playing soccer with his bumper bar out there? There they go.
Yep.
That's tyres off. Let's give him a big round of applause. Get those limiter fingers in the air. Well, run over the bumper again.
Definitely not trying to want to put that back on.
No, that's it. Show some support out there, Sydney Dragway. Very nice effort. Bushy, do my eyes deceive me, or is that another AU Falcon lined up to do skids
I think
here?
that's another AU Falcon. Just
You
in case,
bloody beauty.
Just in case two's not enough.
I think this is the Ute. I think this is the white Ute.
This is the short. I think it's shortened Ute.
Yeah.
And we've got an even shorter Mazda Ute coming up after that.
Yes.
As if the wheelbase on the Mazda is not short enough as it was.
Absolutely.
Taking it 2 foot out of the length of it.
Is this how you got two turbos on it?
Yes.
Yes. How good.
It's got a very imaginative exhaust system too.
Yeah, and intake. There's
lots of stuff going on there.
Love it.
Oh, looks like it's done an engine mount too. Just
Ooh, yeah.
how the engine's
That's the one.
not liking the flat tyres.
All right, the AU Ute is out with a bit of a tip in. I think from memory the sticker said lady driver on the
one owner.
one owner, lady driver, yeah.
Just make a mental note of that if you see it on Marketplace next
see
week.
for sale on the... It's giving it a red hot go. I reckon there's a bit of an open diff happening here, so it doesn't really want to chuck it around. Oh, yep. No, had a bit of a lost direction moment there, so it's all right. You're going to relocate, turn the GPS back on, and find our way back to the middle of the pad. There's plenty of pad to use, mate, so get around it. Yeah, that's it. Use a bit of that coolant on the track to your advantage, mate. Get some wheel speed happening, yeah.
I think at the moment it's just hooking up, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Couldn't be much.
Close to the,
I saw
close
the
to the wall.
photographers take a step back.
Anytime any of those burnout photographers take a step back, you know it's close, right? They are fearless down there. There we go. We got some wheel speed on board now. That's the way.
The crowd getting into it.
That's it. It's got the finger out the window.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's the way, mate. Yeah, that's it. Use all that coolant that's on the ground there. Keep the
And
wheel speed
if
up.
It's got the glycol in it, it'll be slippery.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Tell you what, it's quiet, Pat. We can barely hear it.
I know. We need to, I don't know, chop some exhaust off or something. Yeah, that's enough. That was a good effort from the lady driver, one owner, AU Ute. Good on you. Give him a round of applause down there.
All right, here's the little Mazda 1000 utility.
Oof.
Just in case short wasn't short enough. There's lots of RPM, lots of smoke coming into the tip in. Up on two wheels momentarily there.
And it's gone.
We can't see it.
We can't see it.
Not the driver's first rodeo, I don't think, Patrick.
No, and it certainly is a rodeo with how narrow and short the wheelbase on that Mazda Ute is. Just tagging the limiter there, just slightly. Yeah, it doesn't matter where we look.
We can't even see it on the screen, on the cameras. Benji's struggling to find a clear picture.
Yeah. How much smoke did it make? Yes. That's
Oh, there he is, right at the southern end of the pad, right in the corner.
There's one. Is that one?
In the middle now. I don't know if he's got both off or not.
We'd love to tell you what's happening, Christ, but we can't see a thing.
You probably got
Give
both.
it up for the Mazda Ute down there, guys. That was one hell of a skid. Looks like it's managed to make its way off the pad as well, so that's a successful skid right down there. That looks like Chubba down there getting the blue smoke on. Big RPM. Going to bring it in for a good tip in. Get behind him, guys. Two spins on the way in, making his way all around the burnout pad. Got that blue smoke out there to put on a show for you guys, so make sure you show your appreciation. Stuck down this end of the pool. There he is, back up the other end.
The pad itself somewhat clean, just so we can't see because the smoke's coming this way. Making full use of the burnout pad here at Sydney Dragway. There's at least one tyre off, I think.
Give it up for Chubba, the burnout Ute, guys. That was one hell of a showing.
Oh, there's a fair bit of fluid left on the burnout pad.
It's not stopping it from running, but maybe it should. That's one way to leave the pad. Give it up one more time for Chubba, guys. All right, we're just going to double check, make sure there's nothing too flammable out there. Looks like the guys are just dropping a bit of kitty litter on the fluid out there. If there's a bit of oil or whatnot, we don't really want red hot tyres running over the top of that.
Slight, especially sparking ones.
Yeah, sparky ones. Flamey, flamey, bomb, bomb. Yeah, we can see again now, so we can tell you what's going on in the pad. That always helps.
Well, the two Utes have put on a good show. So has that Gemini. Actually, all of our competitors have. Thus far, we've got, what, 1, 2, 3 left, I think I can count.
Yeah, I think at least 3, maybe 4. Yeah.
4. Oh, yes. I wasn't looking that far back, Ben. Yep.
Definitely A for effort from everyone so
yeah,
far.
Definitely.
Right, here we go. We got our next competitor on the way down. Big tip in. Big RPM on board.
Instant smoke on the hit too, Pat.
I like it. That usually means top gear. It's the only gear to be in.
Working that southern corner. Now sitting pretty much central on the pad. The breeze blowing back towards the tower. Fogging Pat and I out.
All of the limiter out there as well. Talk about putting on a show.
I think got both tyres off there in that burnout pretty quickly.
That's not
in
bad
under
at
3
all.
minutes.
Give them a shout out, guys. That was all of the volume, all of the RPM, and all of the limiter.
Ran clean from start to finish.
That's it. That's a wild one. Here we go. I can see VE, the Widowmaker, trying to make its way in. Whoa. Ooh. Yeah, look out. Yeah, straighten her up there, mate. Reset.
Not quite right.
That's it. Get some wheel speed on board. Oh, no, she's not real happy about that. Give it another hit. I've got to bet on the diff's not real happy in the back end of this thing.
Sorry?
I think the diff might not be too happy in the back end of this thing. Which is a shame. Makes all the right noises. That's all right. Give him a round of applause. We want to see Widowmaker back here at Sydney Dragway another time, guys. All right, FG Falcon up here. 6-cylinder coming to show out for the burnouts. It's got the blue smoke matching the blue paint.
We did comment a very clean-looking street car.
Very clean-looking street car. May not be as clean by the time this skids over.
I would have been thinking twice about it, but
yeah,
that's okay. It's his car, not mine.
Big tip in. Looks like he might have just missed the tyres there. He's got the arm out the window, guys. Give him some support. He's putting on a show for you out there. He's got the tyres. He's flying the flag for the 6-cylinder turbos. Oh, has that had a bit of a cough? Can he get it fired back up again? It looks like that's enough for today. Still give him a round of applause. That's a great effort.
So you could come out and do that without too much drama.
Yeah.
When you blow a tyre and you keep going.
Well, that's right. Yeah, the rear bar's still fitted, so that's good.
Always a bonus.
All right, next one up. Instant smoke down here. Got the VSU by the looks of things. Bit of limiter on the way into the pad. That was a tight little 360 cut there. It was nice.
It's turning nearly at its length.
Yeah. Close to the tyres on this end. Yes, and the commentary's gone quiet, guys, because we can't see the car again. So we're not exactly sure. We know it's doing a burnout. Is that good enough?
Heading back towards us now,
Yep.
Pat. I just caught him in the corner of the
Yeah,
camera.
yeah, I think I saw that. Might have looped back around again, doing a bit of a tour of the pad. Go ahead back through the midsection. Oof. Big limiter bash there.
Wonder what the limit is set at in these things, roughly.
Yeah, I don't know.
7.5, 8 grand?
Well, I suppose it depends if it's stock motor or not, right? Probably 7. He's made it back up towards the entry. No, she's still fired. Just making sure it wasn't in the wall. That's all right. Man, I'm going to say this is a pretty good burnout.
Yeah, it's true. It's been pretty consistent on the throttle. Trying to use the whole pad, moving around a fair bit, sharing the love of the tyre smoke, and just as we give him a wrap.
Just as we give him a wrap, the radiator has said no more. Going to get it off the Get it off the pad, though, under its own steam, quite literally.
I like what you did there, Pat. Good job.
That's it.
Give me a round of applause.
Big round of applause. Looks like Delinquent was the name of that. Ute down there, good deal. All right, looks like we've got one last competitor here. Looks like a VY Ute. He started his skid. Let's see if he can get some wheel speed on board and give you a good tip in. There's definitely a lot of RPM on board. He's got the hazards flashing. He's putting on a show. Come on, we got to get a bit of high beam flashes as well. You can't just do the hazards. That does it by itself. Whoa! Crane Brain. That's the one that we saw come out earlier. Right, pretty stout burnout so far for the little V6 Ute. Crane Brain, I'm not sure what it means, but I like it. Got about 20 seconds left here. He's giving it all he's got to get those tyres off. All right, that's time, guys. That's time. Give a round of applause to Crane Brain out there. He's really trying to get it off, but that's the end of the burnout period. Give him a round of applause, guys. All right, it survives it. We've all survived. Burnouts here at Sydney Dragway on Sunday sessions. Race for Real brought to you by Aeroflow Performance. A big thanks to everyone that turned up and made this Sunday a success. We've had a great day out here. A big thanks to Mazushi Car Club and all their followers and friends that have come along and made this day a big success as well. We can't wait to do it again. So my name's Pat Elliott. Thanks for joining us. You've also been joined by Stephen Bush. Thanks for joining us, Bushy.
Thank you very much, Pat. I had a good time today up here today. It's been a great way to spend the day. I hope all of our spectators at the venue have enjoyed themselves. I hope all of our viewers on our live stream have enjoyed the action brought to them by Ben, our production staff. Thank you to all of our track crew out in the conditions here today.
Absolutely.
Thank you to all of our competitors that came out and raced your cars, did burnouts. Of course, without you guys, we wouldn't be here. So
that's exactly right.
Look forward to seeing you all again next week. Of course, the Aeroflow Race for Real Wednesday night
is every Wednesday night here at Sydney Dragway. I believe that's the next event that we are hosting. Of course, keep your eyes on the track's website for all upcoming events. Follow us and like us on Facebook for all relevant updates and posts. And Pat and I look forward to seeing you here again at Sydney Dragway in the very near future. On the roads, travel safe.